dangerous risk when using Roundup. So if you or someone you love, ages 18 to 80, have been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma after using Roundup, call Legal Injury Advocates now to see if you qualify for a claim against the manufacturer. We have extensive experience getting you the maximum amount available. You're not alone in this fight, and there are no upfront costs to begin your journey to justice. Call Legal Injury Advocates now to discuss your case. We're standing by 24 hours a day.
Call 1-800-910-1331 or visit www.lia.legal. That's 1-800-910-1331.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in home ownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
With all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Patriots, welcome to N2 and Ed Henry, the briefing. I don't know about you. I just want to try to get to bed at a decent hour tonight after night 2 of the Democratic National Convention, which gets underway this hour. I mean, I'm old, but I'm not Joe Biden old, and still I was exhausted this morning. Joe had to be dragging today, not just because he's shot and gone, but he's got to be so tired from repeating all of the same lies over and over, plus all of that yelling at us. I mean, the theme of this convention is supposed to be joy, like happiness. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are so full of joy. So naturally, they had an old man screaming at us in the middle of the night to get off my lawn, but do it with lots and lots of joy. When you think about how shabbily Biden was treated by his own fellow Democrats as he was conclusively kicked to the curb last night in favor of Harris and pushed later and later and later into the night for his speaking slot, it's obvious they were trying to downplay Biden, almost like erase him from the memory. All the inflation and the border crisis, try to enable his vice president to separate herself from all those awful policies. There's just no way that Democrat Party officials will treat former President Barack Obama and his wife Michelle like that when they speak in primetime tonight. And yet the excuses overnight from the DNC were so astonishingly bad that even CNN laughed them off. Watch.
Convention officials are saying that the reason it went long is because of all the raucous applause. That's sort of the thing you build into like this, isn't it? I mean, we have had conventions before. Like, you sort of know what.
That's amazing spin.
Yeah, that's some spin, CNN is saying. Even they admit it. They delayed Biden, the Democrats, and made him cool as jets because they had so much raucous applause from people like Chris Coons and Raphael Warnock, you know, AOC with her bartender routine. That was something. When even the left is just not buying this. It's proof their first night was an unmitigated disaster. But I noted this afternoon, a lot of the headlines as I was getting ready for the show, for the mainstream media, were all rainbows and ponies. they're still trying to protect the Democrats. Politico declared this afternoon, Harris tries to build a big tent. She's a great uniter, you see. Even after that mess last night, there she is, another word salad. The Financial Times declared a couple of hours ago that they had a look at Harris's brand of economic populism. Boy, economic populism, that's a nice way of saying communist thoughts. No wonder socialist Bernie Sanders is speaking tonight. That's right, he's speaking. Today, Kamala revealed that just like Crazy Bernie, she's in favor of Biden's highest ever capital gains tax, 45%. She will literally destroy the economy that Donald Trump built up. People all over social media today were declaring this is not capitalism. If she wins, there's basically no point in investing money in this great country. First, price controls. Then yesterday we heard about 28% corporate tax, a tax hike that the companies will pass on to us. And today, it's a 44.6% capital gains tax. And think about it. Those are just the policies we know about. Kamala's not doing any interviews and admitting to the other crazy ideas she has. No wonder the betting markets, which had Harris surging ahead of former President Trump earlier in her honeymoon, now have him storming back into lead, as polls in battlegrounds like Michigan have stabilized for Mr. Trump and showed this is basically still a 50-50 race, despite virtually the entire mainstream media giving her a big wet kiss, which is why CNN's Van Jones declared last night he's getting worried. He said, I'm afraid the former president's going to weather the early storm and eventually jump ahead. Well, I've got news for Van. He should be worried. Democrats are promising truth and joy. They call Trump a liar and a racist. They say we've got truth and joy. Yet last night, it was one lie after another, served with a scowl.
And the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants.
Yeah.
And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America.
Yeah, come on, man. Give me a break. The former president never demonizes legal immigrants. What he's talking about is illegal immigration, if you keep on going with that. That basically, the former president keeps saying they just need to follow the law, that you have to stop breaking the law. That's what he talks about all the time, and yet they lie about what he's talking about. He never demonizes legal immigrants. He's referring to stopping illegal immigration. We all know this. Huge portions of the public, they agree on this. It's all about trying to get people to follow the law, which is why Jamie Raskin and the other liberals all claimed they were about enforcing the law last night when they tried to say Donald Trump's a criminal. What they're really all about is lawfare, not the law, or not protecting the Constitution. Raskin couldn't even recite the Constitution. He said at one point, Trump doesn't know the Constitution, but then the teleprompter stopped, and Raskin's like, Article 3 says, he didn't know what was in the Constitution, as he said Trump doesn't know what's in the Constitution. Did they focus on making America better last night, or dare I say, making it great again? No, look at this. We added it up. From the podium, Donald Trump was attacked 147 times. Border crisis was mentioned 8 times. And the 2 or 3 you just heard from Biden were lies, by the way. Inflation was only mentioned 3 times. Crime, 6 times. What are the issues you care about? Wouldn't you like to hear more about inflation? They're not talking about the issues that matter. The former president mentioned crime a lot today because it's an issue that people actually care about. Look at that crowd in Michigan. He was counter-programming all the Democrat nonsense again. Yesterday, remember, it was the economy in Pennsylvania. Today, it was battling crime and promoting safety for families in battleground Michigan. He ripped Kamala's efforts to defund the police. He unveiled new policies to turn child sex change surgeries without parental consent into a felony. And he proposed the death penalty, get this, the death penalty for child rapists and child traffickers as he pushed back on all the lies we're talking about.
I watched last night in amazement as they tried to pretend that everything was great, the crime was great, the border was great, there wasn't a problem at all, no inflation, no nothing.
Yeah, Democrats also tried to sweep under the rug that they claimed to want to save democracy, even as they covered up for months and months and months Biden's cognitive decline. And then when it was exposed in that debate with Mr. Trump, they threw Biden under the bus in favor of Kamala without her ever getting any actual votes. I mean, look at this last night. Nancy Pelosi, at one point, this is cringeworthy, chanted, "We love Joe" with the crowd, just a couple of weeks after stabbing him in the back. Awkward. By the way, Barack Obama knifed Biden too. And former Illinois Governor Rod Blagojevich, who knows what it's like to be screwed over by the Obamas, he'll be my live guest in just a few moments. But last night, again, it was CNN of all people calling Pelosi and the Democrats out. It was even Chris Wallace calling them out. Can you believe it?
Word that everybody is using to describe tonight is bittersweet. It's just bitter. The fact of the matter, I'm not saying Joe Biden is bitter, but, you know, it's like you've been thrown out a window, and as you're falling, you go, gee, it's nice out here. No, he got thrown out of a window, and basically he was forced. You know, there's going to be a lot of talk tonight about how generous it was of him and selfless of him. He was basically forced out by Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama and Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
All the Democrat leaders throwing him out the window. This also continues to be, in all seriousness, a split-screen convention. Pro-Hamas protesters making fools of themselves outside the arena, but maybe putting others in danger. The problem is, no longer the Democrat leaders are turning a blind eye to this anti-Semitism. Last night, the sitting president of the United States actually ad-libbed a line that these anti-Israel protesters have a point, leading even some top Democrats to wonder if the shameful conduct we've been talking about outside the arena is actually matching shameful viewpoints inside the arena. Look at former Clinton pollster Mark Penn. He declared on X, Biden's midnight speech so caved to the anti-Israel lobby, he did not even use the word Israel in that long speech. It spoke only of ceasefires and hostages, adding there are good people on both sides. No talk of the 1,200 raped and murdered on October 7th. No condemnation of Hamas or Iran. No mention of the right of Israel to defend itself from attacks on 3 fronts. This is how far, he wrote, this almost former president will go to bow down, even in disgrace, to the anti-Israel left, rather than be a true leader. Well, I can't wait for tomorrow night. That's when Kamala's running mate, Tim Walz, speaks. Especially, I want to hear from him after Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer basically kind of emasculated him on MSNBC. Watch.
I love Tim Walz. So Tim, my daughters were saying to me, you know, he's like a male version of you, Mom. And I thought that was so funny.
Minus the red lip. I can see it.
But he's rocking a purple tie in honor of the Vikings and Prince. So like he's always on message.
He's a male version of a mom. That's kind of funny. Well, why don't we ask the governor what he thinks about that, or almost anything, like maybe the stolen valor stuff we've heard about? Anyone? Maybe John Berman at CNN can get an answer.
Governor Walz. Governor Walz. Governor Walz. Governor Walz. Governor Walz is doing his best job ignoring me right now.
Governor, nothing? Nothing? I mean, why can't either Harris or Walz answer even friendly questions like, talk to John Berman, I met him, he's a nice guy. More importantly, why are self-respecting journalists accepting all this? It's time for this ticket to start answering some basic questions. So let's get more now and get a little preview of night number 2 at the DNC from our political panel. Welcome in retired gunnery sergeant from the U.S. Marine Corps, Newsmax contributor Jessie Jane Duff. She's also the executive director of Veterans for Trump, and our man inside the arena, Democratic political analyst, my friend Jason Nichols, who's the senior lecturer of African American Studies at the University of Maryland at College Park, a great school. Go Terps. Welcome to both of you. Jason, you first. It's your party's party. 1 minute Nancy Pelosi was kicking Joe to the curb a few weeks ago. Then she did that interview saying he should be added to Mount Rushmore, like she thought he was the greatest thing. Then last night, your party buries him at almost midnight. How could you treat a guy that you're calling that he's one of the greatest presidents? How could you treat him that way, Jason?
Well, I think there's an understanding that governing and running are two different things. And he was not the best guy to run at this point, but he's been a consequential and incredible president. We can go through his list of accomplishments. But, you know, I think it's also he needed what most baseball pitchers need. I always use this as an analogy is I've never seen a baseball pitcher who didn't think they could finish the game, didn't think they could pitch 9 innings. Sometimes the manager has to come out and ask for the ball. And that's exactly what happened here. Joe Biden gave up the ball, but he made sure that his successor, Kamala Harris, was at the head of the ticket. And you don't hear any complaints from Democrats. Democrats are all in lockstep. They are behind Kamala Harris to finish the job that Joe Biden started.
Well, let's get Jesse in here, because Jesse, if he's got so much good to talk about, and he was such a consequential president, why wasn't he just calmly, coolly, with joy, as Kamala Harris says, telling us about it instead of screaming at us and lying about, like, border crossings and all these basic issues?
Yes, when you listen to Joe Biden present that, you know, he is passing the baton to Kamala Harris, he sounds like his voice is going to break. There was no enthusiasm in that endorsement. It was something that he was doing because essentially he's been forced to do it. We all know that he was threatened with the 25th Amendment. That is what has leaked out, that apparently he was approached and, look, you know, you either do this or we'll push you out. So he got invigorated when he got to start talking about his policies, but what he's failing to do is give any hope to the future. Because right now, Kamala says she will make the change day one, but she's already been in office, almost 4 years now. And all we've seen is the surge at the border. It's come out that there have been 260,000 plus children that have been displaced at the border, that have been lost. They've absolutely lost track of. These are human trafficked children. When they used to criticize President Trump for losing track of under 500. Essentially, the border is amok. We know that fentanyl drug abuse is causing 300 Americans to die a day, and we never hear a word out of Kamala or Joe Biden, for that matter, about the drug and fentanyl abuse that's coming over the borders, the surge in it. 300 a day, keep that in mind. I picked those stats up from 2023, and they're probably still at the steady. That is a rampant problem. And the threat of war is on new fronts. We see no hope for these two knuckleheads that are running.
Let's get Jason in here then. What about that, Jason? Because there are a lot of important issues like the border, like the economy. They're dribbling out Harris's policies now, some of which she's flip-flopped. But we showed the clip from John Berman. Walz has been vice presidential running mate for like 2 weeks. He hasn't answered real basic questions from the press. Harris has been the essential heir apparent, for, as you mentioned, going to the bullpen for about a month. She has not done one interview. Why is your party hiding?
No, I don't think they're hiding. I mean, obviously, this was a truncated process. They had to get staff together. They had to get people on the ground that actually run a campaign, and they didn't necessarily have the complete infrastructure for a Kamala Harris campaign. That was the first step. Now, I think leading into the convention, if I were doing, advice to the campaign, I would say wait until after the convention, wait until she's officially nominated, and then you have to do some sit-down interviews. And I think that's going to happen very soon. You're going to hear directly from Kamala Harris in a long-form sit-down interview after this convention is done.
All right, maybe she'll pop up on 60 Minutes or somewhere. Maybe she'll start answering questions. Jesse, meanwhile, the former president, as I mentioned at the top, and J.D. Vance as well, have been out there in battleground states. Vance was in Wisconsin today. Donald Trump in Michigan after being in Pennsylvania yesterday. And he really zeroed in on crime. There's a lot of polls, Jesse, suggesting that a lot of Americans simply don't know enough about Kamala's record, good or bad. Do you think the former president is scoring by getting out there and focusing on these issues?
Oh, absolutely. President Trump has an incredible record to run on. Record low unemployment rates. Now we've seen a steady climb in the unemployment under the Biden-Harris administration. It's getting over 4% now. So their rebound from the COVID has long been exhausted. We've seen inflation where grocery prices are over 20% higher than they were just 4 years ago. I mean, it's been a steady climb in everything bad. Nothing good that they can claim for. Whatever the good they have done, it's been overshadowed by these massive problems that Americans cannot keep up with the rate of inflation. And in fact, the job growth has been going to non-U.S. born people, not American citizens. That's where the biggest job growth has gone. And over 1 million jobs have been lost by Americans, and it's grown on the other end. Not only that, a record rate of unemployment loans, payday loans have been going out. The economy is gasping for air. She's the single vote that said she would reduce inflation with that vote in the Senate, and it skyrocketed to 9% because they were flushing the economy with money, which causes inflation to skyrocket. Their economics are absolutely blistering the people.
Well, and the economy is the central issue. Last thing, Jason, real quick. Breaking tonight, Bloomberg has a story saying that the Federal Reserve is confronting the fact that up to 1 million U.S. jobs may vanish tomorrow when the government puts out revised figures for the last few months. And we've been hearing Kamala Harris and Joe Biden at the beginning of the month when those unemployment numbers that Jesse's talking about say, we created this many jobs, manufacturing jobs, we bounced back, and now you're going to take off 1 million jobs. Say, oh, wait, actually, we overstated it for the last few months. 1 million jobs are just going to disappear. What's going on here? This is the kind of thing she's got to answer for in an interview.
So we'll see if that actually happens. First of all, that would be of the 16 million jobs created under this administration. Even if you want to say some 8 or 9 million are bounce back jobs, that still leaves you up several million jobs. When the last president, of course, was the only president in recent memory to lose jobs, to be negative 2 million jobs COVID. When they left office. And then we see major spikes in crime in 2020, where 80% of the 69 major cities in America have seen a decrease in crime. So again, this administration has plenty to run on. And, I know inflation was mentioned. It's at 2.9%. If you were to go to many other countries around the world, even some of our allies, they are struggling much more with inflation. Our recovery has been the strongest in the world.
We've been struggling for 3 or 4 years, Jason, you have to admit. Pardon me, Jason, it's been pretty high. It's come back down, but it's pretty high.
New York crime rates have already escalated. 23% higher murder rates in New York. Let's not spin this, Jason. And, the only president that lost jobs, darn well that was because of COVID. You also know that it was because of COVID. It took a year and a half before the Biden administration. Don't cut me off, Jason. Don't cut me off, Jason. Don't cut me off, Jason. The Biden administration failed to get those jobs back. The Biden administration failed to get those jobs back for the first year and a half. So now they get a claim of a rebound when they shut the economy down. The Democrats shut it down. I'm out in California, and I saw how they horrifically shut this economy down. Nobody's buying that garbage because we know that the record rate of unemployment for Donald Trump was during those years prior to COVID. Don't interrupt me, Jason. Don't interrupt me, Jason. Don't interrupt me, Jason. Jason, do not interrupt. Jason, do not interrupt. I let you filibuster as much as you wanted to. But these rates of unemployment right now that they're gaining, they are over 4%, which Barack Obama, by the way, said would be the new norm. And it was Donald Trump that got him down to 2%. And you know that. And we had record low inflation rates under 2% when Joe Biden took office. You just can't handle that data because that's the actual facts.
Jesse, thank you. Jason, you got under 30 seconds. Give you the final word. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say, to Jesse, and I like Jesse a ton.
But you interrupt a lot.
Some of the figures that she's...
Go ahead. No, Jason, final word. So, guys, don't talk over each other. Go ahead, Jason.
I was just going to say, when we look at unemployment under the last administration, it was at about 6 or 7%. Now we're down to 4%.
Jason. It was at 2%. No, that's a lie. That's a flagrant lie.
In 2021,
during COVID.
When he left office,
you can reshape that narrative, but so did Joe Biden have that. Same narrative.
All right. Guys, I gave you a chance. You both made your points. You got to stop talking over each other so people can hear what you're saying. You're both very lovely with your ideas, got different views of the world. The conversation will continue in the days ahead. Thank you both. Jesse.
Thank you very much, Ed.
In the meantime, still ahead, this hour of the briefing, we're all over the protest. Multiple anti-Israeli protesters arrested outside of the DNC yesterday. It was a little quieter today, but there's a lot of concerns about what may happen as the sun goes down in Chicago. Our senior correspondent, John Hedy, is out live on that story. And we'll bring in Rod Blagojevich, the former Democrat governor of Illinois, knows all about the Obama machine there in Illinois. He now, in fact, supports Donald Trump. We'll talk to Blago right after
this. Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
You learn pretty fast that there are no shortcuts in racing or in life. One of my first attempts to deal with my own hair loss was a literal shortcut. Thankfully, my wife found Hair Club. I was shocked the Hair Club had virtually every solution possible. If I had known about Hair Club sooner, I never would have tried any of those overhyped advertised solutions. You can get your own free personalized consultation with a hair loss expert and be on your way to the finish line in no time.
Scan the code on your screen now to schedule a free consultation and save 20% on select solutions using promo code Frankie.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. And if you're having a hard time hearing, call MD Hearing because they changed my life and they can change yours too. I was wearing expensive hearing aids for years until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I bought a pair of the hearing aids with no doctor visit, no prescription, and no hassle. I got fitted right over the phone and I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I'm even wearing them right now.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime US-based support for only $297.
Call my friends at MD Hearing and get the over-the-counter hearing aids that I use for you.
Call 800-381-4294.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-461-9848.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And
Briefing. I think we're all back now. You can see on the left, Chicago, night number 2 of the Democrat National Convention will be gaveling in shortly. And on the right is Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Remember, that's where the Republican National Convention was held. Kamala Harris, the current vice president and the Democrat nominee for president, is going to go there with her running mate, Tim Walz, tonight to have a show of force in battleground Wisconsin and basically try to make the claim that she's not ceding that ground. We expect live remarks from her roughly in the 9 p.m. Eastern hour from Milwaukee as the convention will be going on and they get ready for the Obamas to speak there in Chicago on the left. So we'll be bouncing back and forth during our live special, 9 p.m. Eastern till midnight or so. Remember, last night it went past midnight as they left poor old Joe Biden there waiting and waiting and waiting to start his speech. In the meantime, let's bring in a friend of the briefing. He's known affectionately as Blago. He is the former Democratic governor of Illinois, Rod Blagojevich, who's now a big Trump supporter. Sir, it's good to have you here on Newsmax2. Welcome.
Hi, Ed. Thanks for having me. I'm a Trumpocrat. Democrat for Trump.
Trumpocrat. I remember seeing you in Milwaukee after the former president's speech. I think we were in the same bar. We were having a soft drink, as I recall. But it was good to see you, and you thought the former president gave a good speech. What did you think about the first night last night there in your hometown of Chicago?
Well, I think the story from the first night is that the big lie and the cover-up continues. And the big lie is that President Biden was cognitively capable of being the president of the United States. The biggest lie told to the American people probably in history. He wasn't. Kamala Harris was the vice president. She was part of that big lie and then part of that cover up. And it wasn't until the first debate with President Trump that that lie was exposed. And then the Democrats could no longer lie to the American people because it was too obvious. And that's when they decided to get into the back room and dump 14 million Democratic primary voters who disrespect them, who chose Biden as their candidate, and then coronate Kamala Harris, handpicked by the political bosses of the Democrat Party, people I know very well, Barack Obama, Nancy Pelosi, and a whole bunch of corporate donors, and probably a handful of Hollywood movie stars. So they took away the right of the people, Democratic voters, working people, took that right away from them. They chose their own candidate. And so the cover-up continued. They gave President Biden that late night, late segment time to speak. So the American people, again, can't see how big that lie was that they were perpetrating on us for the last 3 years.
Well, you know, Rod, as a former Democrat, I suppose now a Trumpocrat, you're speaking, dropping a lot of truth bombs now, but they're not being held accountable in part because, as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast a little before you came on, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have simply not done any interviews. They've given the Heisman to the mainstream media, and the media that hounded you when you were governor, and they're staking out your house and going after you and your family and so many others over the years, they just seem to let the current crop of Democrats, particularly Harris and Walz, get away with this. They're not being held accountable.
Well, it's an unholy alliance by a lot of the so-called mainstream corporate media with today's Democratic Party. It isn't anything new. They've been doing this now for quite some time. They were doing it even back in 2016 and certainly before that. In 2008, when Obama first ran, they have a horse in the race. They're supposed to be objective, but they're not. And they do what they can and coordinate with the Democratic National Committee to do the bidding of the Democratic Party. And so the fact that she doesn't take questions and the fact that she's avoiding seriously sitting down with interviewers or listening to the people and answering their questions is another example of how they're misleading the American people. Think about this, Ed. When you buy a house, if a realtor fails to materially disclose a fact that has to do with the house, the capability of the house, the structure of the house, that's fraud. And this is no different. When you hide a candidate and don't have access from the media to the candidate, they're hiding things. That's a failure to disclose, and it's a fraud. It certainly is. And this is what the Democratic Party has become now. They're lying to the American people about almost everything, including these weaponized prosecutors who've gone after President Trump. I can give you a whole litany of things. I know we don't have time, but it's really
we want to hear it. Yeah, well, let me just ask you one follow-up on that point, and I'll give you a chance to jump in with more about the lawfare and other things. One of the Democrats pulling the strings on all of this, of course, is someone you know well, Barack Obama. I was covering the Obama White House when you were governor, and they kind of threw you under the bus. I remember some of it from the outside. You saw it from the inside, obviously, and you fought back, and you've had a remarkable comeback. But Obama speaking tonight will be front and center, and he'll probably say nice things about Joe Biden, even though he was behind the scenes knifing him as well.
Yeah, what did Harry Truman say about getting a friend in politics? He said, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog, right? I mean, Obama is a practical, professional politician, and he plays hardball, and he's very clever, and he does a lot of his best work in the back room. And he stabbed Biden in the back and did what he did and had him removed with some help of others. And look, I went to prison for 8 years on politics, on conversations that Obama himself started. He offered to make a political deal with me. And he was in the White House for years, and I go to the big house for 8 years. And, well, I'm writing a book about it. But it's obvious that he had a better 8 years than I did. But I learned a lot through the experience. And I learned a lot about how they lie and how they cheat and how nothing is sacred to these Democrats who run the show. Nothing. Not even the rule of law. And they'll use that to destroy people and win elections. And what they've done to President Trump with these weaponized prosecutions, Democratic prosecutors in rigged trials, before Democratic judges, in Democratic venues, in front of Democratic juries, criminalizing things that are not crimes. Right. And this is stuff they do in communist countries. And now you have a candidate, Kamala Harris. How do you say her name? Is it Kamala? Kamala.
You got it.
Kamala Harris, who's running on an economic plan that is a command, it's price,
price controls
on the one hand, a Soviet-style communist-type approach, coupled with these weaponized prosecutions. This isn't the Democratic Party anymore. It's been hijacked by socialists and Marxists. And they're using Marxist tactics to win elections. Our freedoms are at stake. The stakes couldn't be any higher.
They could not be, and we appreciate you laying out those stakes. Rod Blagojevich, a good friend of the show, and we hope you'll come back soon. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, let's bounce over to John Huddy there in Chicago. I understand we've gotten him up now, and he's keeping a close eye as our senior correspondent on the protests that have been bubbling there in Chicago. John, good evening. How does it look right now?
Yeah, well, Ed, behind me, I'm going to kind of step out of the way. This is a line of police outside the Israeli consulate. This is something we were hearing that there was likely to be a demonstration, a march outside the consulate yesterday. We were hearing that both from our law enforcement sources and from protesters at Union Park and Park 578. Earlier when we came here, we definitely saw a law enforcement presence. We saw local police, Chicago PD. We saw state police. We saw federal law enforcement. We saw tactical teams. Well, now there's a significant presence. You got the barricades here. Follow me, JT. As we kind of walk through the media, there's also a lot of media, as you can imagine. But there's law enforcement on the other side of the street. There's tactical units going up the block there, and then all the way down as well. So, whether this turns out to be a large demonstration or not, Ed, that remains to be seen. What we saw yesterday was certainly not even close to the numbers that had been estimated over the weekend, particularly from the Coalition to March on the DNC organizers. We did see a couple thousand people gather at Union Park, march to Park 578, which is outside of the security perimeter of the DNC. And then, the volatility when they took down part of the fencing, then apparently several police officers were doused with a pepper spray type liquid that we actually saw some of the protesters pulling from bags. But then after that, the riot police came in, cleared the park. Some of the demonstrators went back to Union Park. They tried to set up some tents. They were told take them down. They did. And then they left for the night. We were actually the last people in that park. So as far as today, we haven't seen any significant protests breaking out across the city. There were a couple reports about potential bomb threats in some of the hotels around the DNC. That was being investigated by the Chicago PD. We heard about a couple of other small, possible, low, isolated demonstrations, but nothing major. And at this point, really all we're seeing is that, let me get out of the way here and kind of turn around. Really all we're seeing is the line of police here. We haven't seen any indication of demonstrators at this point. That could obviously change as we go into the evening.
To see what happens as night falls there in Chicago. John Huddy, thank you as always. We're going to take a quick break. Coming up on the briefing, we'll check in with our friend Fred Fleitz. There's a lot happening. The Israeli military has recovered the bodies of multiple hostages taken by Hamas. We're going to check in on the stakes here as you see a live look, Haifa there, and go around the globe with Fred after a quick break.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Don't mistake Nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order right now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Hey everyone, Emerald Lagasse here, and I'm so excited to tell you about my biggest air fryer yet.
Introducing Emerald Lagasse's Dual Zone Air Fryer Oven with dual-sided cooking chambers. Now you can cook 2 different foods 2 different ways that finish at the same time. No more back-to-back cooking. Now main dish and sides finish at the same time. Enjoy juicy grilled burgers at the same time as air-fried French fries. Broiled savory salmon at the same time as roasted asparagus. Broiled chicken parm finishes at the same time as baked cheesy garlic bread. The secret is in the QuickSync technology that matches the cooking times and settings of each food, so they're programmed to finish at the same time.
I tell you, I cannot recommend this enough. It comes out perfect every single time.
It's awesome. But watch, remove the center divider and it transforms into a large 25-quart capacity oven for delicious family-size Monday to Sunday meals that cook up to 60% faster. Slow cook a pot of Mama's meatballs, delicious savory chili, or bake the easiest homemade bread without turning on that big oven. You can even cook right from the freezer. Mozzarella sticks from frozen to ooey gooey in minutes, or frozen shrimp to sizzling scampi in just 10 minutes. Now you can try Emerald Lagasse's 25-quart dual zone air fryer oven with dual cooking chamber, removable oven divider, and toasting rack in your home for 30 days for just $14.99. But wait, you also get Emerald's free downloadable dual zone recipe book. Order now and we'll automatically upgrade you to his deluxe cooking kit absolutely free, complete with 2 baking sheets, 2 crisper baskets, large baking sheet, the grill plate, the rotisserie spit and fetch tool, plus a 100% satisfaction guarantee and a 1-year VIP protection plan. Plus, ask how you can get free shipping. This offer will not last, so order now.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
Call 1-800-553-5710. That's 1-800-553-5710.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Welcome back to the briefing. We've seen former President Donald Trump counter-program the Democrat convention every day this week. Tomorrow he'll be in Battleground, North Carolina, talking about national security. We thought we'd get a preview now and discuss with a friend of the briefing, former CIA analyst and member of former President Trump's National Security Council, Fred Fleitz. Fred, first of all, welcome back, sir.
Good to be here.
We'll get to the former president's speech tomorrow in a moment. I imagine, though, one of the things he may talk about, among many important subjects around the world right now, is what happened last night, almost by accident. There were some ad-lib lines from Joe Biden in that late-night speech. He kept getting pushed back as they tried to downplay his role in the Democrat Party, perhaps. But he made this offhand comment about how these protesters outside the arena have a point. These anti-Israel, in many cases anti-Semitic pro-Hamas protesters have a point. And I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that Mark Penn, a Democrat pollster, sort of ripped Biden on X and said he never mentioned Israel at all, never mentioned October 7th, and basically said there's fine people on both sides, to borrow a phrase that's been much taken out of context, as you know, over Charlottesville. He said that there's good people basically on the Hamas and the Israeli side. What do you make of what he said last night?
Well, I think that Joe Biden, with his mental decline, accidentally admitted the truth about the way the Democratic Party thinks about this conflict. They say very little about the hostages being held by Hamas. All the pressure, all the criticism is of Israel. Look at these outrageous protests we're seeing outside the Democratic National Convention. And you know something that's not being reported? Pro-Israel Jewish groups aren't being allowed to demonstrate. Only the anti-Israel, anti-Semitic Hamas groups. And I'm very concerned about the future of the Democratic Party, because there's people in the party like Pelosi and Biden. Historically, they were friends of Israel. Maybe Biden has strayed a little bit lately. But some of these younger people like AOC and Kamala Harris, they don't have that history. And I'm very worried where the party is going in light of that.
Well, obviously, former President Trump has been very direct in saying October 7th never would have happened if, in fact, he was still in power. To broaden it beyond just the Israeli-Iranian crisis and the Israeli-Hamas and Hezbollah crisis, what do you anticipate we'll hear from the former president tomorrow in terms of his messaging to counter-program the convention?
Well, I'm happy to say I will be there tomorrow, though I did not write the speech. I haven't seen it. But I believe the point that President Trump will make is that American weakness causes global stability, and the strength of his administration created a more peaceful world. And what we've seen under Joe Biden has been a deterioration of American deterrence. And this started with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. And we've seen so many problems with Iran, with Hamas, with terrorist attacks in Iraq and Syria, with the explosion of provocations against Taiwan by China, the large number of missile launches by North Korea. These all happened on Joe Biden's watch. Well, why? I thought Joe Biden was the foreign policy genius. It's the fact that we're not respected in the world because of Joe Biden's weakness.
Absolutely. It's really an issue of grave danger right now. And something you've been shining a spotlight on. Look forward to you being there at the speech tomorrow in North Carolina. We'll have you back soon to get a readout. Fred Fleitz, thank you, sir.
Good to be here.
All right, let's go back to Chicago, check in with our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen. Night number 2 has a lot of big Democrat luminaries, including the Obamas, Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders, among others, speaking tonight. James, good evening. What do you see coming tonight, sir?
Ed, good evening to you. The proceedings have begun tonight an hour earlier than they did last night. That a reaction from the organizers here. For those with long political memories, the delay last night in the start of President Biden's remarks shortly before midnight Eastern time recalled the disarray that accompanied the Democratic National Convention of 1972, when that year's nominee, George McGovern, didn't take the stage to deliver his speech formally accepting his party's nomination until 3 a.m. Eastern time. Now, Mr. Biden finished his remarks well after midnight Eastern time. Depending on how conspiratorial a turn of mind you may have, you either saw this as a function of poor planning or as a deliberate move to sideline the aged incumbent and emphasize the newer face, now at the top of the Democratic ticket. Now, in a news conference here in Chicago this morning, the executive director of the Democratic Convention told reporters that that delay occurred because of the overwhelming displays of enthusiasm for both Mr. Biden and Vice President Harris, and he assured attendees there will be no such delays tonight.
We made some real-time adjustments last night to ensure we could get to what the delegates and the viewers really came for, which, of course, is President Biden. And we're working with our speakers and making some other adjustments for this evening, including beginning at 5:30 to make sure that we stay on track for that tonight.
Now, just moments ago, the entire United Center was rocking out to an incredible performance by Patti LaBelle, the R&B legend. Her singing accompanied a video scroll that showed the names of important Democrats and heroes of the left who have died since the last Democratic convention. So you saw names such as Ruth Bader Ginsburg up there, Hank Aaron, all kinds of interesting individuals. And so now we are expecting really the headliners of this evening. We're going to hear from the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer. We're going to hear from the Illinois Governor, J.B. Pritzker. But what everyone's looking forward to is the return to center stage of the former first couple, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. Ed.
We'll be watching that. We appreciate the update on Patti LaBelle. What happened to James Taylor? There was talk that he was rehearsing yesterday, and then maybe they had to pull the hook because they were so far over last night.
Either that or the organizers came to their senses and recognized that, you know, James Taylor, there are issues there. No, I'm kidding. I love James Taylor. We haven't seen him. We did last night. We saw Jason Isbell. I took about a minute of the footage of Jason Isbell, who's a country/pop star who's had a bunch of big hits over the past 4 to 5 years. My wife loves him. I posted a minute of his performance. You can see it on my Twitter feed, @JamesRosenTV. And I got all of these responses, Ed, from people saying, loved him until now. He just told me that he doesn't care about half the country. You got to separate the art from the person, I think.
We'll try to do that. And James Rosen has seen fire and rain, and he brings the fire all the time on N2. We appreciate that. James, we'll see you tonight on the special.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you. Quick break. We'll be back with more from Chicago right after this.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel.
It was done the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
I would give this whole experience an A+. I definitely wish I would have called sooner.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Only weeks left to get waived installation and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-990-6834. That's 800-990-6834. Call now.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one, get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one, get one free offer goes away.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but always watching. No, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the briefing. Night 2 of the DNC has kicked off in Chicago. Our correspondent Mike Carter has been talking to voters to see what real Americans think. Let's take a look, Mike.
What did you think of night 1 of the DNC here in Chicago?
I thought it was a bunch of lies and ridiculous.
Why do you support the vice president for president?
I think in the end for freedoms, right? So I believe the Republican Party is trying to take freedoms away from women, taking rights away from minorities.
What rights are Republicans taking away from minorities?
Making it harder for people to vote. A lot of minorities don't have, a lot of lower income people, like states that have voter ID. Like I've been an election judge in Illinois for years, right? I'm very fair.
Black people get licenses the same way white people can, though? I don't understand. Why is it more difficult?
Just they might not have cars. It's just a little bit more difficult for minorities.
Isn't that a generalization, though?
No, I don't think so.
You were a Democrat your entire life. You're 95 years old. The first time you voted for a Republican was for Donald Trump. Was life better under the Trump administration than it is under Biden-Harris?
Economically, yes. He did things to China. He said, listen, you know what? This foreign trade, you are getting it all your way. We're putting 100% tariff on you.
President Biden on night 1 of the DNC, he talked about Charlottesville. He said one of the reasons he ran was because Donald Trump said there were good people on both sides. Of course, Trump was talking about the folks in Charlottesville, the townsfolk who didn't want to see statues ripped down. At the same time last night, Biden talked about the anti-Israel protesters outside of the arena, saying they have a point. Wasn't Biden doing exactly what he was accusing Trump of doing?
They're not positive thinkers. It's all double talk. I don't know why nobody's not upset that you don't have a choice if you're a Democrat.
In Chicago, for Newsmax, I'm Mike Carter.
Hey, the guy's right. I thought they were pro-choice. By the way, there's Common on the stage. They always got to bring in the celebrities. Someone alert James Rosen. He will give us a critique of the music, and we'll be back here at 9 p.m. Eastern for special coverage of the Democratic National Convention, including Mark Halperin, the aforementioned James Rosen. My friend Rick Leventhal will be joining us later tonight during the special coverage. But stand by. He'll be live next with the Leventhal Report right after this.
At 9:47 a.m. on the 20th of February, 1962, Lieutenant Colonel John Glenn Jr. of New Concord, Ohio, found himself sitting on top of an Atlas 6 rocket filled with 600,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of thrust hurled the massive rocket and its occupant into space and America's history books. John Glenn became the 4th human being to enter space and the first American to orbit the Earth. For his remarkable heroism, President Kennedy awarded Colonel Glenn NASA's Distinguished Service Medal.
As our knowledge of this universe in which we live increases, may God grant us the wisdom and guidance to use it wisely. Thank you, Colonel.
Glenn went on to become the United States Senator from Ohio, and in 1984 ran for the Democratic presidential nomination. But
hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention, cancer victims who were in New York on or after 9/11.
If you or a loved one were in Lower Manhattan during the 9/11 tragedy or during the 11 months afterward and were later diagnosed with any of these or other cancers, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. A $10 billion compensation fund is in place for these cancer victims. Do not wait to file your claim. Call now and speak with us. The call is confidential and free. Or reach us online at worldtradecenterfund.com.
Have you ever considered getting a walk-in tub? Well, look no further. Safe Step's best offer just got better. Now, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free shower package. Yes, a free shower package. And if you call today, you'll also receive 15% off your entire order. Now you can enjoy the best of both worlds. The therapeutic benefits of a warm, soothing bath that can help increase mobility, relieve pain, boost energy, and even improve sleep. Or, if you prefer, you can take a refreshing shower, all in one product. Call now to receive a free shower package plus 15% off your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub. Call now, 1-800-346-6061. There's never been a better time. That's 1-800-346-6061.
I'm Jonathan Lawson. If you're 50 to 85, I have an important message about security. Write down the number on your screen so you can call when I finish. The lock I want to talk to you about isn't the one on your door. This is a lock for your life insurance, a rate lock that guarantees that once you're insured, your rate can never go up at any time for any reason. But be careful. Many policies you see do not have one. But you can get a lifetime rate lock from Colonial Penn. Call this number to learn more. This plan was designed with a rate lock for people on a fixed income who want life insurance that fits their budget and is simple to get. Coverage options start at $9.95 a month. Less than 35 cents a day. Act now, and your rate will be locked in for life. It will never increase, guaranteed. This is lifelong coverage that can never be canceled as long as you pay your premiums, guaranteed. And your acceptance is guaranteed, with no health questions. You cannot be turned down because of your health. Call for your information kit and read about this rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes. And it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. Call now.
Good evening in the East, good afternoon here in the West, and happy Tuesday wherever you are. I'm Rick Leventhal, and this is the Leventhal Report. Day one of the Democratic National Convention is now in the can. And if you stayed up late, you might have seen Joe Biden's impersonation of the old guy down the street yelling at you to get off his lawn. He looked so angry. But I guess it's understandable. Instead of him being the featured guest on the final night of the DNC, handing off the baton to his replacement to set up the big finish, they stuck him in there on the first night, late night, after prime time and way past his bedtime. I guess it might have been awkward since his entire party turned on him, saying Joe's got to go, knowing he was losing it and knowing if he ran he'd lose. So last night they were chanting, "We love Joe," like he was some kind of hero, and maybe he is for getting out of the way. And Joe took advantage of the spotlight, maybe his last big moment on top, to blast Donald Trump, tell some more lies, and stick his foot in his mouth yet again. Joe Biden repeated a fabrication of Trump's comments from 7 years ago, after a white supremacist drove his car into a crowd of demonstrators in Charlottesville, killing a young woman. The incident came after a group of white nationalists held a march protesting the removal of a statue of Confederate General Robert E. Lee, and fights ensued between the group and counter-protesters, including anti-fascists dressed in black. After the woman's death, President Trump said, "We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides, It's been going on for a long time in our country. Not Donald Trump, not Barack Obama. It's been going on for a long time." He condemned the act and reminded people that there is a history of hatred in America. There's nothing false about that statement. And a couple days later, when he held a news conference at Trump Tower, which I attended, he was asked again about his remarks repeatedly, and he again condemned the hatred and bigotry. He said there were some very bad people in that group, but also some who simply didn't want Robert E. Lee's statue removed. This is a quote. He said, "You had people," and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally, but you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, and here Trump is talking about the radical counter-protesters, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group, too. Which part of that isn't true? Which part of that is radically offensive? I'm Jewish, and I have zero issue with what he said. I get it. It's complicated. And I don't think American history should be whitewashed either. I agree the statue of our founding fathers and Confederate generals should still stand. They're a critical part of our history, and it's how we got here. Here's what Biden said last night about Trump.
When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides.
Biden has said this repeatedly over the years, twisting the president's words and intent. But here's the amazing part. A short time later, after Biden criticized Trump for saying there were good people on both sides, Biden said it himself about the anti-Israel demonstrators raising a ruckus at their designated protest areas outside the DNC. Listen.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides.
On both sides. Did you hear that? I mean, wait, are you kidding me? You tried to eviscerate Donald Trump for saying there were good people on both sides of an issue, and then you say almost the exact same thing, only this time about the pro-Hamas, anti-Israel radicals calling for the extinction of Jews and their homeland. At least Trump condemned the actions and hatred of the white nationalists. Biden didn't condemn Hamas. Innocent people being killed on both sides. More than 1,200 innocent Israelis were slaughtered by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. They attacked a bunch of young people attending an outdoor music fest with a theme of peace. Hamas murdered them, raped women and children, did despicable things to their bodies, and kidnapped hundreds more, taking them back to their tunnels where they did more despicable things, torturing and killing many of them, with the fate of those left still unknown. It was only after this unprovoked mass atrocity, this depraved mission of evil to kill as many Jews as possible, that Israel responded. And I think we can all agree Israel had every right to go after those responsible for the worst terror attack ever on their soil. But they didn't just start bombing, and this is almost never reported. Before the Israelis began their assault on Hamas targets in Gaza, Israel announced to everyone living in the northern half of the territory they should evacuate within a 24-hour window. They even dropped leaflets with the same warning. They gave every single person the opportunity to get out before the bombing began. And do you know what Hamas did in Gaza? They told everyone to stay. Do you know why Hamas told everyone to stay? Because Hamas wanted civilian casualties. It was always part of their plan, knowing when civilians died, the world would condemn Israel. If Hamas hadn't invaded Israel in the first place and murdered more than 1,200 innocent people without warning or provocation, Israel never would have attacked Hamas in Gaza. And if Hamas had released the hostages, Israel would have stood down.
But Hamas didn't do that either because they didn't want the war to end. Not only that, they used their own citizens as human shields, doing what they've done for many years, placing rocket launchers in neighborhoods next to civilians' homes, using schools, mosques, and hospitals as command posts and staging areas for Hamas fighters, and placing their own people in harm's way. So either the Israelis don't attack, or if they do, civilians die, Palestinian civilians, and Hamas can tell the world how evil Israel is. I know this in part because I've spent considerable time in Gaza on multiple trips, including a full month during the last major offensive by Israel 10 years ago. I was there when the IDF flattened block after block of northern Gaza and heard the warnings before the bombings took place. And I saw with my own eyes the rocket launchers firing into Israel from in between houses on Gaza's streets. The Hamas agenda is to make Israel look bad on the world stage, and Joe Biden is among those allowing it to happen. He did not condemn Hamas for the attacks and the carnage. He did not state the obvious, that Hamas started this war and Hamas could have ended it. And Hamas is putting its own people in harm's way on purpose. Of course, this wasn't the only lie Biden told or his only omission of crucial facts. He boasted about America's economy being the strongest in the world without mentioning the massive price increases every American is suffering through because of the inflation his administration caused. And he blamed Donald Trump for the border crisis, saying it's somehow Trump's fault because Trump, even though he's not the president and not in Congress, single-handedly spiked Biden's joke of a border bill from afar earlier this year. A bill introduced after millions and millions of illegals had already poured into America under Biden and Harris's watch. An influx they could have shut down or never allowed to happen, but instead chose to open the floodgates as soon as they took over the White House. Biden acts like he was helpless to stop the flow of illegals into America when he's the one who unlocked the gates and relaxed the rules. And he also didn't mention that after that border bill was voted down, Biden signed an executive order allowing even more illegals to come into America, thousands of them every single day. Instead of signing an order shutting it down and then going after the criminals or potential terrorists he let in, who are now living among us, by the way, he greenlit more daily arrivals, all without ever attempting to complete the border wall. In fact, his administration has spent time and money fighting Texas's efforts to stem the tide themselves with floating barriers in the Rio Grande River that have been proven effective. The Democrats don't want to close the border and will continue to ignore the victims of criminals who they let in. And while Biden mentioned the young woman killed in Charlottesville 7 years ago, he made no mention of the young women killed by illegals on his watch this year. And there are many of them. And there was Harris, smiling and nodding through it all. She's now the chosen one among the least liked and most ridiculed vice presidents in modern times, suddenly being praised and cheered, even though she's done nothing to earn it, and still won't hold a news conference or any kind of tough or not so tough one-on-one interview. It's been a full month since she got tapped in, and she still can't sit or stand for real questions from real reporters. There are 15,000 credentialed members of the media at that convention. Maybe they should be the ones staging a protest, refusing to report on any of it until Kamala does what every other party's nominee has done and should do. Be honest with the American people about who you are, what you've stood for in the past, what you stand for now, and what your plans are for the future of America. Until she does that, she doesn't deserve anyone's vote. Now to our top story. Let's head straight to the floor of the DNC, where correspondent James Rosen has been monitoring all the speeches and all the action inside. James, looks like you're above the floor. What's going on day 2 of the convention?
Rick, good evening. So far, the highlights of tonight's proceedings, which were begun an hour earlier than last night's on purpose, have been an extraordinary performance by the R&B legend, Patti LaBelle, accompanying a video where you saw a scroll of some of the important champions to this crowd, important figures who've died since the last Democratic convention. So you saw names like Ruth Bader Ginsburg and David Dinkins and even Hank Aaron. And then just a few moments ago, we heard from a very unlikely figure giving a short speech here, Stephanie Grisham, the former White House press secretary to President Trump, who spoke as a defector, if you will, and a convert to the anti-Trump forces. Now, to those with long memories, Rick, the delay in the start of President Biden's remarks last night, shortly before midnight Eastern Time, recalled the disarray that accompanied the Democratic Convention of 1972, when that year's nominee, George McGovern, didn't even take the stage to deliver his speech formally accepting his party's nomination until 3 a.m. Mr. Biden completed his remarks sometime after midnight Eastern Time last night. Depending on how conspiratorial a turn of mind you might have, this either reflected poor planning or a deliberate move to sideline the aged incumbent and to emphasize the newer face now at the top of the Democratic ticket. In a news conference here in Chicago this morning, the organizers of the Democratic National Convention said that it was the overwhelming displays of support, both for Mr. Biden and for Vice President Harris, that wound up pushing Mr. Biden out of prime time, and they assured supporters there will be no such delays tonight. Okay, so we were expecting to hear, we were expecting to hear from a man named Alex Hornbrook, who is the executive director of the Democratic National Convention, and who said that they made tweaks to the program tonight, including starting it an hour earlier at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, in order to avoid last night's debacle with the scheduling. Rick?
Yeah, thanks for that, James. Isn't it interesting that the only person who kind of suffered was Joe Biden, who they couldn't wait to kick out of the building. James Rosen, thanks very much. We'll be checking back with you all week. I want to let our viewers know that we are also going to be checking in with John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza, who are also ensconced there at the DNC in Chicago, to get their views on the speeches from last night and what's coming up tonight. We're taking a live look now at the floor of the DNC. Some prominent Democrats expected to speak, including Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, later on this evening. Let's listen into this for just a moment.
Will pay the price. Their Project 2025 agenda is the same old, gut overtime pay, cut health care programs, and give billions in tax breaks to billionaires. We cannot let that happen, and we will not let that happen. And now I want to introduce some retired Teamsters and pension warriors, led by Ken Stribling, president of the National United Committee to Protect Pensions.
You can expect more of that all week long. Joining me now, also from the DNC, is political analyst Mark Halperin, who is now mic'd up and ready to go. Mark, I'm pretty sure this isn't your first convention. How do the first 2 days stack up so far to what you've experienced in the past?
Well, it's a little bit disjointed because there's still kind of the, I don't know, cognitive dissonance of all of a sudden there's a nominee that no one was expecting. But the level of enthusiasm is high. The unity of purpose is pretty strong. And Democrats are proud that they've got some pretty big all-star speakers. Hillary Clinton last night, the Obamas tonight, Bill Clinton tomorrow, the nominees. So I think they are feeling a certain pride and a certain sense of, I would say, one notch above cautious optimism that fate is smiling on them. And they swapped out what many believed was a sure loser for someone now they feel confident is going to win.
Mark, last night President Biden gave a speech that a lot of folks say was full of mistruths, not just me in my monologue. I want you to listen to this and then we'll talk about it.
And the world's better off for it. America is more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants.
Before we get your reaction to all that, I want you to check out this poll from Ipsos and ABC News showing most voters prefer Trump to handle top issues such as the economy, inflation, immigration, crime, and the war in Gaza. Your reaction to these numbers and also to what Biden had to say last night.
Rick, I'm one note on this. If you're playing a game, whatever that is, and the referees favor one side, that side's going to do pretty well in general. It's not quite the Harlem Globetrotters versus the Washington Generals, but the press just doesn't cover Joe Biden or Kamala Harris the way they cover Donald Trump. It's an extraordinary advantage for them, and you're seeing that on display here. The reporters are practically giddy about covering this convention. I didn't sense that same attitude in Milwaukee, and it's an advantage the Democrats are well aware of. They have their Cheshire cat smiles about it, but it's a big advantage, and you see it, again, in reaction to the vibe, but also into the fact-checking.
And Biden himself benefited from that over the last 4 years because the press was not reporting on what he was actually doing behind the scenes, his actual condition behind the scenes, and they were buying the White House version of events when we now know the White House was covering up for the current president. And I guess the press, like you said, is going along with it because of their dislike for Donald Trump. And it is disheartening to me that the playing field isn't level, and also that Biden and others can get away with saying whatever they want at the podium and they're not being fact-checked like they should be.
Rick, it continues. You know, Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi's narrative of why he's not the nominee, her view is his political operation wasn't good. His view is, I was going to divide the party. And the press just goes along with that and says, we don't really know why. Or one of those two versions is the truth. And the reason it matters is about accountability. It also, of course, matters because he's still commander-in-chief. But it is one of the most extreme examples in my career of abject bias. And obviously, if they're going to be that biased about the man who controls nuclear weapons, about the man whose failure in a range of policy areas important to the American people, if they're going to do it there, obviously, Kamala Harris is going to benefit now in these last 80 days in a way that Donald Trump's going to have to try to solve for, or it's going to be very difficult for him to break through.
Mark, in the short time we have left, I want your reaction to reports that RFK Jr. is considering dropping his bid for president and joining forces with Donald Trump. His running mate, Nicole Shanahan, all but confirmed that in a recent interview. Would this help the Trump-Vance ticket?
It would help about as much as a random 5-year-old on the streets of Chicago endorsing Donald Trump, because RFK does not have very much support. He had a great message. He had an opportunity to be one of the most successful independent candidates of the country's history, but he ran a disorganized, confused campaign. So, yeah, it'll be a one-day story, maybe a 2-day story, but I don't really see what assets he brings. In fact, it may even hurt Trump.
Well, that's an interesting perspective, Mark Halperin. Appreciate you joining us here, and we hope to see you again from the DNC. Enjoy the entertainment and try the veal.
Thank you, Rick. I will have the veal.
Coming up, our live coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues with the Obamas expected to deliver remarks at some point, and we will bring you that if and when it happens, and much more on the Leventhal Report when we come back.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the simple Heart Cure diet and meal plan.
Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen. You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. We'll get back to the DNC in just a few minutes, but right now we want to discuss some international news. Joining me is National Security Advisor for former President Trump in 2020 and President, London Center for Policy Research, Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer, and U.S. Deputy Military Rep to NATO and Newsmax contributor Brigadier General Blaine Holt. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I bet you're really upset that you're not in Chicago right now.
Oh, yeah. No. Idaho's a safe space.
Yeah. Blaine, I'm going to start with you tonight. Israel and Hezbollah continue to exchange fire, and we're still waiting on an Iranian response to the assassinations of those Hamas leaders. We thought this would all ramp up a couple weeks ago. What do you know about the delay? What is this about?
So there's some internal fragmentation inside Iran right now between the IRGC and the Ayatollah and his council. And it's not getting resolved. They're making threatening statements that we'll do this at a time when nobody knows that we're going to do it, meaning we're stepping this back, we're stepping it down. But they've got a lot of pressures as a result of that. There's a town just north of Tehran where, as I speak to you, they are throwing rocks through buses. They are rounding up police officers and tying them up because they arrested a woman for wearing a hijab the wrong way. And they're testing this regime. They see weakness, and that population is looking at opportunity. Meanwhile, Iran, Israel, Hezbollah, you've got Hamas basically in a plea right now to Hezbollah to do something to Israel that could turn the tables for them. Several command and control centers, one in particular in Gaza City, just got hit not an hour ago, and they got some key leaders. It really is the end of Hamas. I don't see any negotiations taking it any other way. Meanwhile, Hezbollah is losing weapon storage sites at the speed of heat. I mean, one a day. 2 more just dropped. So Israel's taking care of business right now.
Well, that leads me to my next question. And Blaine, I'll ask you first, and Tony, I want you to follow up on this.
Sure.
Do you think there's a danger of a fallout from this here at home if they can't do something there? Will they try something here? Blaine, you first.
Yeah, so I will say this every chance I get. As you watch the bad guys get backed into corners, don't forget that czar left our southern border wide open. We've got fighting age men representing every single proxy group and terror organization around the world. They are here. They could be activated as an act of desperation. Look at the 10,000 to 15,000 Antifa that are sitting there swimming around the DNC. It's just a very, very dangerous cocktail, Rick.
Tony, your thoughts on that?
So much of what's going on there is having an effect here domestically. We see Hamas, the protests going on strong. And the happy talk from Tony Blinken, that's not accidental. How many times, Rick, have we heard in the last 5 days, we're about to, the ink is about to be put, everybody's going to sign. But we all know Hamas is absent. The Israelis are just simply kind of like nodding their head like, okay, whatever. And the reason we're seeing this happy talk, as my friend Catherine Herridge calls it, from Tony Blinken, is because this administration is trying to put the best possible face on their failures. And it's all about trying to stop or minimize the pro-Hamas protests. That's why what's going on over there matters here. And, by the way, they found 6 more dead hostages today. When is the last time this administration said anything about the existence of at least between 7 to 10 U.S. hostages still being held? I hope, Rick, somebody, and maybe one of our reporters will ask those hard questions given the opportunity. Why have you not said a thing about the hostages at the convention or any other instance where they could address this? Because they don't want to point out the fact that this administration has no leverage with anybody at this point anywhere.
It's very, very disappointing. I wish we had more time. The convention has taken up a lot of that. Thank you both, Tony and Blaine. We'll have you back on real soon. And we'll have more on the Leventhal Report coming up right after this break.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I've really never had to grow up. So 43 years old, and I still feel like I'm a teenage kid in a high school locker room just going out and playing football with my friends.
Thomas Edward Patrick Brady, Jr. was born on August 3, 1977, in San Mateo, California, where he attended Junipero Serra High School, excelling in baseball, basketball, and football. Brady began as a JV backup quarterback for a team with a record of 0-8. But by his senior year, Brady had thrown 31 touchdowns, earning him the All-State Award and his team's most valuable player. In 1995, he was drafted by the Montreal Expos. Still, his love of football never faded. That same year, he was also recruited by the University of Michigan. In his first year as starting quarterback, he broke the university's record for most completed passes. In 2000, at the NFL Draft, Tom Brady was far from a star, getting picked only in the 6th round by the New England Patriots. 6th-round Tom became one of football's greatest legends, leading the Patriots to 17 AFC East championships and 6 Super Bowl victories. After an historic 19 seasons, Tom Brady left the Patriots over a contract dispute and joined the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, quickly leading them to a Super Bowl victory. Following his signing, Tom Brady said he joined Tampa Bay for 2 primary reasons. The first is to be a role model for the sport's upcoming younger athletes, and second, to prove something for himself. In addition to his 7 Super Bowl wins, he was named the NFL's most valuable player 3 times and selected for the Pro Bowl 14 times. As a result, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. is considered to be the NFL's greatest quarterback of all time and one of the greatest athletes in sports history. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. No, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax, the Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. We're going to head back to Chicago now to the Democratic National Convention and go outside the DNC to our senior correspondent, John Huddy, who has been reporting live on the protesters. What's it look like today, John?
Well, I'm actually, I'm in downtown, the downtown area, which is a pretty short drive, just, maybe a mile and a half or so from the DNC. But where I am right now is I'm outside, I'm across the street from the Consulate of Israel. And the reason, Rick, is yesterday we started hearing some rumblings and talk from our law enforcement sources, along with protesters outside of the DNC, about a massive potential demonstration and protest outside the Israel consulate. While I'm seeing just a couple, what seems to be some of those protesters or demonstrators that you would see from yesterday, I'm not seeing a huge significant presence. What I am seeing at this point is a heavy police presence. You can see, I don't know if you can see from this perspective, but basically these bike police are going all the way down Madison, all the way up the block, and then also, JT, if you could show, they're lining the outside of the building here across the street, and then inside, I'm not going to make JT push in, but there are commanders, and then there's also another large contingent of officers inside, and presumably, Rick, there are Israeli security forces inside the consulate as well. So far, like I said, we have not seen any type of huge protest or any type of presence of demonstrators, but police, as we saw yesterday, they're not taking any chances. Things got a little volatile, as we reported, as I showed you at Park 578, which was the park that those demonstrators marched to yesterday when they tried to take down the security fencing. They managed to take down one piece of it before then riot police were brought in, cleared out that park. Then they marched back to Union Park, where everything kind of started yesterday. They tried to set up some tents. That didn't go as planned. Those tents were taken down. And then basically they scattered from there. And we were actually the last crew in that park yesterday. So at this point, it is very, it's kind of in anticipation and waiting to see how this plays out. But again, we're not seeing any major demonstration at this point, but obviously that could change as we go into the evening. Rick.
Well, I guess that's the good news, John Huddy. Things are calm on the streets of Chicago. We hope it stays that way. We appreciate your being out there to report on it. We're going to go back to the convention center to continue our coverage of the DNC with our Newsmax A-team on Media Row in the United Center in Chicago. John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. John, let's start with you. What's the headline today?
Well, the headline, of course, today, Rick, is Barack Obama, the former president, will be here, a Chicago native. He'll be here with the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. And the difficult thing about this is sort of similar to what we saw last night. They want to make sure they keep both Joe Biden and the Obamas a little bit as far away from Kamala Harris as they can. Barack Obama, when he shows up to these types of events, he has the tendency to overshadow the person who is going to be nominated. And that is one of the storylines. How does Barack Obama kind of walk that line, talk about Kamala Harris, talk about Joe Biden, and project towards the future without focusing too much attention on Donald Trump? We heard his name mentioned 147 times last night. We just heard from Stephanie Grisham, his former White House communications director. There's a former Trump voter speaking tonight. There's a lot of focus on Donald Trump when they told us the focus was going to be on joy and hope in the future and what the Democratic Party would look like going forward.
Well, I think that's how they get their joy. John, by bashing Donald Trump. And Bianca, I know you guys were there. You heard all of the attacks on Trump, and you heard the lack of much policy about the future. Harris is acting like she's not the incumbent. She's acting like all these problems were created by Donald Trump when she's the one who's been in the White House for the last 3.5 years.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And one of her teleprompter-guided experiences, which is all we get these days, she was talking about how prices are up, people can't afford homes, and everyone's saying, well, it sounds like you're voting for Donald Trump. Of course, you can't campaign on trying to make people's lives better when you are the one who wrecked them. But it is, sort of not exactly what it seems. They're going to try to cast this spell on the room tonight. I ran into Michael Cohen, of course, the infamous fixer, Trump's attorney, who's out here doing interviews, and, he's all for Kamala Harris. And I asked him, what would you do if you were in the room right now with Donald Trump? And he actually said, why did you throw me under the bus? I mean, these people are not in they're not in the world that we're living in. And they continue tonight to kind of put out these rose-colored glasses, and they hope that Americans who can't afford gas and groceries will say, it's okay, coronate her. It's getting more and more difficult to understand how they can run out the clock, especially now with that September 4th debate that Donald Trump says she will not accept. So now we have to look to September the 10th. So enjoy it while it lasts, Kamala.
John, it's almost masterful how the Democrats are twisting things and making it sound like America is amazing and there are no problems here, and trying to blame Donald Trump for any problems that actually exist. I'm shocked that people are buying it, if they are buying it, but I guess everybody in that building is.
Yeah, there's one of the themes, too, here at this convention is how the Democrats keep co-opting things and stealing ideas from Republicans. You could talk about the child tax credit. That was J.D. Vance's proposal first. Then Kamala Harris launched onto that. You can talk about no tax on tips. Donald Trump did that. Then Kamala Harris copied. You could also talk about the way the convention looks. We never used to see the candidate actually, until the night they were nominated, the last night of the convention. Donald Trump did that in Milwaukee. Kamala Harris does it here. And they're also co-opting now these USA chants. And I think they're doing it. They don't really love this country. If they did, they'd close the border. And if they really love the USA, they'd do things like that. So I think they're co-opting this stuff, copying Donald Trump, copying Republicans as a way to troll them. And I think the American public will see right through it.
Yeah.
Bianca, I'm wondering if you've had a chance to get any reaction to the news that RFK Jr. might well be dropping out of the race and says he's going to join forces with Donald Trump. Any reaction to that from where you are?
It broke during one of my shows earlier today, that podcast with Nicole Shanahan, saying that had a couple Democrats on set, and it had literally broke maybe 30 seconds before, and they didn't want to talk about it. So the reaction was, they were like, we don't know enough about it, because it could actually be quite a significant moment. And if anything, it'll be some more earned media for Donald Trump that he doesn't have to pay for. And that's sort of masterful as well when you see that. RFK, we just saw JFK's grandson speaking, Jack Schlossberg, and it's really been fascinating, too, to see sort of as an independent candidate, obviously third-party candidate, challenged with ballot access, but RFK has been able to get pretty good ballot access. So if they were to go and support Trump, and also like Elon Musk, these real sort of interesting people who have come into the Trump camp, when Elon Musk, 6 months ago wasn't going to endorse anybody, that could be a real, I think, bellwether for some folks out there saying, why are these people with really big ideas and maybe not MAGA people gravitating away from Kamala Harris? We look at things like crypto and AI and what our country is going to be facing. And, you want people who are going to talk to people in business, people who have not just been career politicians or, like Kamala Harris, installed at the top of a ticket without getting one single vote.
You're talking about people who actually know how to get things done. People who know how to, balance a checkbook and maybe build stuff. Let's hope so. Bianca and John, appreciate you being here. We'll hope to have you back on again tomorrow. And on the other side of the break, we're going to take a look at how Italy has, I know you will, Italy has reduced illegal immigration by 62%. Think about that. Maybe the U.S. can learn from their example. More on that coming up.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
It was the world's tallest building for 11 months, until the Empire State Building came along, but many regard the Chrysler Building as one of Manhattan's most beautiful skyscrapers. This jewel of Art Deco architecture was personally built and paid for by automobile manufacturer Walter Chrysler, who envisioned it as a nice inheritance to pass to his children. It also housed the Chrysler headquarters. Chrysler worked with architect William Van Allen on many of the finer details. It was the 1920s, during America's romance with industry and machines. Gargoyles, modeled after hood ornaments found on many Chrysler products, stand guarding the building's distinct crown. Radiator caps adorn the corners of the 31st floor. The terraced arches, which gleam in the Manhattan skyline, are clad in stainless steel. Rows of triangular windows create a sunburst pattern that gives the Chrysler a sparkle and pop in the midday sun. For decades, the well-heeled enjoyed the Cloud Club, a Tudor retreat on 3 of the highest floors. They puffed cigars, dined in style, and watched a private stock ticker. The club closed in 1979 and is now private residences. The Chrysler family sold the building in 1953, but it remains the world's tallest steel-supported brick building. And while the original viewing gallery on the 71st floor is no longer open to visitors, the best view is enjoyed from here, of an Art Deco masterpiece celebrating America's industry and innovation. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on Newsmax TV.
You learn pretty fast that there are no shortcuts in racing or in life. One of my first attempts to deal with my own hair loss was a literal shortcut. Thankfully, my wife found Hair Club. I was shocked the Hair Club had virtually every solution possible. If I had known about Hair Club sooner, I never would have tried any of those overhyped advertised solutions. You can get your own free personalized consultation with a hair loss expert and be on your way to the finish line in no time.
Scan the code on your screen now to schedule a free consultation and save 20% on select solutions using promo code Frankie.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen, give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. While the Biden and Harris administration continues to hold the door open for illegal migrants, countries overseas are finding effective ways to handle their influx, including Italy, where the Prime Minister successfully campaigned on reforming the country's immigration system, providing a blueprint for other conservative leaders in Europe to follow. Maybe foreign correspondent Alex Salvi can explain from Rome with details.
Illegal immigration to Italy is dramatically decreasing, putting Rome's policies under the spotlight as other countries see massive surges. Italy's Interior Ministry says the number of irregular arrivals fell by 62% in the first 7 months of 2024. The figure a stark contrast to neighboring Spain that saw a 153% increase, and Greece with a 57% surge. The trend coming after Italy spearheaded reforms in an April policy that would see other EU countries share the burden of migrant arrivals. Perhaps more effective was Meloni's push to construct processing centers abroad, allowing migrants to make their asylum claims there instead of making the dangerous trek across the Mediterranean. Immigration is a political driver in several European countries, such as the United Kingdom, where polls show it's the top issue for the first time since 2016. Anti-migrant protests in the country speak to the situation, with over 1,000 arrests being made in response to rioters falsely believing an attack on 3 young girls was committed by an Islamist migrant. The response is so severe that UK authorities are releasing inmates to make room for newly arrested demonstrators.
And so we will make sure that those people who need to be in prison will be in prison. The easiest way to describe it is 1 in, 1 out. So as people get released, we can then pick up people from police cells and take them to court, and we will triage that 3 times a day.
And it's not just Europe. Polls show that immigration is one of the top issues for voters in the United States as well, with the same surveys consistently showing voters think Donald Trump is better equipped to deal with the issue than Kamala Harris. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Alex. Back here at home, our drug crisis showing no signs of progress, thanks in part to Biden and Harris opening those floodgates at our southern border. But authorities are stopping some of the illegal substances from getting in. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers seized over 600 pounds of meth stashed inside a shipment of celery down by our southern border. Our border correspondent, Jason Jones, joins us live from Austin, Texas, with more on this. Jason?
Oh, Rick, it's good to be with you. Look, incredible work by the men and women of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, knocking down 629 pounds of deadly methamphetamine in 508 different packages. Now, it's driven by a 34-year-old male who crossed into the United States in a truck tractor semi-trailer. It had what we call a cover load of celery, and then underneath that, inspectors were able to locate this load of methamphetamine. But here's the thing you need to know about meth and what's happening. In that area, Rick, that's Baja, California, that historically has been under the control of Sinaloa, but Cartel Jalisco New Generation, known as CJ&G, the largest producer of methamphetamine in Mexico, also working with China, getting in deadly chemical precursors to make it in what we call mega labs in Mexico. They have been moving in there. So we don't really know whether it's Sinaloa's dope or CJ&G's, but here's what is very important about methamphetamine, because we've seen significant tripwires in its evolution in the last decade. First is this just sheer bulk, 629 pounds. I mean, Rick, in the old days, 1 to 5 pounds of methamphetamine from domestic labs, that was a huge seizure. And now we're seeing 5, 1,000, 1,500 pound seizures consistently back to back. The other part of this is how they're manufacturing it. They have hired chemists right out of universities in Mexico. And so you hear about this weaponization of drugs. It really is true as they've truly weaponized it, because this is made with P2P, also known as phenylacetone. They're getting that chemical precursor from China. And to put that in perspective, you may remember in the late 70s, early 80s, we used to have these commercials in the United States, and it'd show a frying pan and it'd say, "This is your brain." And then they crack an egg and say, "This is your brain on drugs." This all was from the methamphetamine that was being created domestically back then from P2P. We outlawed that. The cartels have now picked it up, and they're shipping that in. Third and final phase is they're now mixing deadly fentanyl in with methamphetamine. And we are seeing mass amounts like this pouring into the country. When I was in Philadelphia, I saw it there. When I was just in Las Vegas, we came on your program numerous times. We saw that as the methamphetamine there as well, coming from Mexico. These are significant shifts. And so while we can talk to the numbers of deaths of people who died from fentanyl and drug overdoses, it's those secondary and third impacts. I worked methamphetamine for many, many years as a narcotics agent, Rick. What I can tell you is it is horrible on the family nucleus. And then the secondary and third impacts, because while you may not die from this drug, it cooks you. And that's the problem. See, that can't be measured. So the impacts from these cartels is so far reaching now as they continue to adjust and these deadly drugs are moving into the country.
Jason Jones, thanks so much for your report. Looked like Breaking Bad come to life. That was some haul of drugs. Jason, we'll see you again soon, I hope. Stay right there, viewers. We're going to have more of the Leventhal report right after this break.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax, the Newsmax people have been really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. Our coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues through the night, including Ed Henry, who will anchor our late night coverage beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to join him with some analysis of the speeches tonight. Of course, the Obamas, both Barack and Michelle, are on tonight's schedule, and you will be able to watch their address in their entirety right here on Newsmax2, so no need to change the channel. That's all the time we have for this Tuesday edition of the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. Really appreciate you being here. I'll be back tomorrow and every weekday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, streaming live here on Newsmax2. And you know, you can download the Newsmax app. It's free, and you can watch it right on your phone or stream it to any television, or you can just watch it right on YouTube or Samsung TV or any number of other streaming channels. You can also join us for more DNC coverage every day this week. And as I mentioned, I'll be back later tonight. But right now, David Harris Jr. is standing by to anchor his show, The Pulse. So stick around for that, and I'll see you later. Take care, everybody.
If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
It's a region of the world that has known little peace since the beginnings of recorded history. But in September of 1978, President Sadat of Egypt, Prime Minister Begin of Israel, and President Carter of the United States set out to change that. Initiated by the Egyptian leader's proclamation that he would be willing to travel anywhere, even Jerusalem, to seek peace, President Carter persuaded the two former enemies to meet with him at Camp David to seek a lasting peace. On the 17th of September, 1978, the Camp David Accords were signed, returning the Sinai to Egypt and creating a framework by which Palestinians could have autonomous and self-governing control over the West Bank and Gaza. During the announcement, President Carter was clear more work needed to be done.
The questions that have brought warfare and bitterness to the Middle East for the last 30 years will not be settled overnight.
In 1978, President Anwar Sadat and Prime Minister Menachem Begin were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Jimmy Carter's Nobel Prize would come later in 2002 for his decades of work seeking solutions to international conflicts. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, maybe even ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I end up going to a dentist and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found this, the Brooks night guard. This was a game changer. It's smaller than other night guards that I tried, which is a good thing because it doesn't make me gag. It could fit on the top or the bottom of the teeth. It's lightweight and super comfortable. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back. This allows the back teeth to continue to touch. Now this is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. Now the Brooks night guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Go to brooksnightguard.com and order yours today. Your teeth will thank you for it in the morning.
Go to brooksnightguard.com and use promo code BROOKS23.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first app.
Lies. Tonight, moldy and mean. We're at the Democrat National Convention where President Biden used his final days of life to spread hatred and lies. Now, the movie moguls of Martha's Vineyard, Barack and Michelle Obama, swooping in to save the spirits of a party in pandemonium. We'll watch it live along with a rare speech from Kamala's husband, Doug. But President Trump is counter-programming, calling out the Kamala crime spree that is Americans praying for peace. I'll tell you what I think about what he said today. All that and much more. The Pulse starts now. Good evening, friends. Good evening, friends, and welcome to The Pulse. I am David Harris, Jr. Well, the Democrat national debacle continues in Chicago. We're waiting on speeches from Barack and Michelle Obama, Bernie Sanders, and Kamala's husband, Doug. But first, let's start this show the same way the Democrats began day 2 of their convention, with a rendition of the national anthem sung by the Democrat Women's Caucus. Well, I guess we don't have that clip, friends, and that was definitely a very funny clip. They were singing off key. They were trying to imitate Francis Scott Key, but they were way, way off. And friends, the Democrats' biggest name was even more tone deaf than the choir that you missed. I'm sorry you missed it. But watch Joe Biden using the twilight of his life to scream angry lies about President Trump and the MAGA movement.
Oh, say, can you see?
Keep playing it. I want him to play it. I want him to play it. Go ahead and play that. It's too good. I'm sorry. Hey, this is live, friends, and there's a lot going on with the DNC, but I want you to watch this clip because it is that good. Go ahead and roll the clip.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad strides we hailed at the
Are you kidding me? Friends, is that the party that you want running the country? I don't think so. I really hope not. Everything about this DNC has been laughable. Now, let's watch Joe Biden using the twilight of his life to just scream about President Trump and the MAGA movement.
Women are not without electoral. Border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. Oh, from his own chief of staff, a 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? They're the ones we're going to bring back. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. Republicans, Democrats, we saved democracy in 2020. And now we must save it again in 2024. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words.
Are you kidding me? Friends, that angry old man that, I'm sorry, he should have been in a old folks home a long time ago. That was the best that the Democrats had to offer the United States of America, their Democrat base, back in 2020. Now it's Kamala. Can you trust anything that they say? And Joe Biden is still pushing that same old tired lie that Trump said there are very fine people on both sides, speaking about the white nationalists and the white supremacists. Friends, even liberal Snopes, the fact checkers that a lot of us conservatives don't like because they just want to fact check any. That comma is not in the right place. Even Snopes has said that entire message that Joe Biden, the current president of the United States, just said to national TV, they've even debunked it and fact-checked it and said, no, that's actually not true. So according to the Trump campaign, something else that took place is that the Democrats have mentioned Trump's name 147 times last night. In contrast, they mentioned the economy just 27 times. The border, only 8 times. And crime, only 6 times. So, friends, do Democrats have anything to offer besides irrational anger and really bad singing? Joining me now is the former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign, Hogan Gidley. Hogan, my brother, thank you so much for being back with us tonight. Are you kidding me? Joe Biden's lies. There's less people coming across the border today than when Trump left office. There's very fine people on both sides. That's what he said, and that's what he meant. It's been disproven. They have nothing but lies and anger to just spew to their base and hopefully get the American people to believe it. What's your response to what's taking place at the Democrat National Convention?
Yeah, I kind of blown away by Joe Biden last night. Okay, listen, he was the nominee going into tonight. It was going to be the sitting president of the United States. They realized he wasn't politically useful anymore, so they just got rid of him, okay? So he's obviously angry. I don't think he's angry at all of us. I think he's more angry at people within his own party and members of the mainstream media that joined in together to get him unseated in just 3 weeks, as he should be, 100% correct. They put him on the first night of the convention, where the sitting president usually speaks on the last night. They want to be over and done with this guy so badly. And to watch that speech, you kind of got to see why. I understand now the purpose of having him only work from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. because after that time, the guy's just unhinged. He clearly had been sipping on some of that State of the Union juice that got him all geeked up before. It was a real problem, and it shows the anger, the revenge, the vitriol of the Democrat Party. And you hit on something that's important. What he was saying just wasn't true. Things that have been debunked time and time again. It was the classic hits that it's going to be a bloodbath, Donald Trump said. He was talking about the automobile industry, that good people on both sides. The Charlottesville lie made its ugly appearance again, also not true. The southern border is more secure. And by the way, if it is so much better, then why wouldn't Kamala Harris be holding tight to that and saying, you better believe I was the border czar. I fixed it. See, we have fewer people coming across, because they know that's not true. But it's also antithetical to what they want. They wanted open borders. They implemented open borders. So now to say that they love the fact that there are fewer people coming across is not in line with where they are as a party. The entire thing is falling apart before our very eyes. We're not hearing any information about policy and what they can do better. And every time I argue with reporters, every time I argue with a Democrat and say the issues are going to win this campaign, it's the economy, crime, immigration, inflation, things like that, they go, oh, yeah, no, I want to argue about the issues. Let's talk about climate change. That ranks 30th amongst most voters' priorities for issues. So they clearly don't know what the American people are concerned about.
They don't know. They don't care, I think, is really more likely. They think they know, but they just don't care. And they can't talk about it because their record and what's taking place in our country right now is 100% at their fault. They're responsible for inflation. They're responsible for our open border. They're responsible for every single American life that's been taken or raped and families been torn apart because of an illegal immigrant. They're responsible for it. They can't talk about it. Tonight, Barack Obama and Michelle are supposed to speak. What do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to be able to kind of bolster their base and bring any kind of excitement or clarity of vision of the Democrat Party to the stage tonight?
Well, interestingly enough, you know, the staffs for Obama don't like the staffs for Kamala, and they don't like the staffs for Biden, and it goes around in a circle. They all don't like each other. So it's kind of interesting to watch them kind of hold their noses and say good things about the nominee when none of them actually like her. It's going to be interesting to me to see tonight. I think Michelle is such a rock star on the left. I think whatever she says will be fine. She'll talk about how dangerous it would be for Donald Trump to be reelected. I'm sure Barack Obama will say some of the same. He'll be more high-minded about it. I bet he rises to the moment, unlike Joe Biden was able to do, of course. But Barack Obama is someone who speaks way better than Joe Biden ever did. You can talk about the platitudes, you can talk about a failed presidency, but he's still more popular than Joe Biden ever thought about being. And you saw that when they would both go be at the White House together. Obama would be there as a visitor, wasn't even the sitting president. And the press and the visitors all glommed onto Obama and left Biden just, you know, standing there staring off into the distance. So it's going to be hard for this party to talk about fixing things because, as you pointed out, they broke everything. And a lot of the things they did were on purpose. So they're in a weird spot right now. They can't blame Donald Trump. They can't say they've done well. I mean, economic numbers just came out. I don't know if you saw, David. They're going to have to readjust the jobs numbers down almost 1 million jobs. They've been lying about the number of jobs they've quote unquote created when they really didn't create anything. They just opened the country back up too late, I might add, after COVID. Now we're going to see an adjustment in those numbers, revising them down 1 million jobs. Big problem for them.
It's a huge problem for them. And that's what's on the hearts and minds of Americans. And I see, obviously, and I post on social media, but I'm always looking at what people are talking about, what they're saying. A lot of the black community is waking up. They're not falling for this whole thing. I think I believe personally, the entire reason that they chose Kamala was that they could try to lock in the black vote, opportunity to elect the first black female president of the United States. But I don't think the black community is buying it. What is your thoughts? I got final 20 seconds, Hogan.
Well, I see a lot of videos out there of people in the black community just parroting the exact same thing you're saying, that, look, we're not going to vote for her just because she's black or just because she's a woman. And by the way, that's what we've heard for the last 2 days at the DNC. She's black and she's a woman over and over and over again. I keep waiting for them to tell us all the wonderful things she's done. I've yet to hear it because it doesn't really exist.
No, it doesn't. In fact, I remember seeing a video, Benny Johnson, a good friend of ours both, he posted, he asked a guy outside of the DNC, he's like, you voting for Trump or Kamala? He said, oh, Kamala, 100%. Oh, my gosh, I love Kamala. And then Benny says, and what do you love about what she's done the last 4 years? And he's like, he can't say anything. And then he says, don't use this clip. Don't use this clip. Love Benny. Love you too, Hogan. Man, you're my brother. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for coming on tonight.
All right, man. Thank you. God bless.
God bless you too. Coming up, we'll go live to the Democrat National Convention. Barack and Michelle Obama speaking tonight, but can they clean up their party's mess? That's next.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order. Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But the return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. And this year's DNC may be Kamala's coronation, but we all know who the real Democrat royalty are. Tonight, it's Barack and Michelle Obama. They're going to be addressing their adoring public to try to salvage what's been a very disappointing and very disorganized convention. But can the Duke and Duchess of Martha's Vineyard add some exciting something exciting to this carnival of anger and lies? That's really what's taking place here. And I know we were going to bring in John Bachman, host of John Bachman Now, and Bianca de la Garza, host of Newsline and Newswire, but they are unable to join us. So we're getting a nice little picture of the current Democrat National Convention before we bring them on in. And I hear that we have them, and I want to get some feedback from them. So let's go right now live to the Democrat National Convention with the host of John Bachman Now, John Bachman, and Newsline and Newswire host, Bianca de la Garza. John and Bianca, thank you so much. Glad we were able to connect with you.
Yes.
We see the shot back there of the DNC. We were hearing that maybe it was kind of empty. At least those rows look full. Tell us what's happening, what's the feeling there, what's it been like being there in Chicago for the Democrat National Convention?
Well, David, you see how much fuller the arena is tonight. That's because Barack Obama and Michelle are going to be here. They're two of the biggest celebrities in the Democratic Party, and they still draw a crowd. It looks like a bigger crowd than the current vice president and candidate for Democrats, Kamala Harris. The other thing, too, we've seen with these massive Harris rallies, when we actually have seen them, is there's been a celebrity musician performer there. So not just Kamala Harris are showing up for, but they're going to be, I believe John Legend is performing tonight. We also saw Common perform earlier as well. So, and we were also told, you mentioned the kind of disorganization at this event. I was told earlier that they oversold or gave out too many floor passes, so they packed the arena. I was down on the floor earlier, and it was a mess. There was nowhere to stand, couldn't get around. Hopefully nothing happens tonight where people have to get out of there, because it is, I don't know, maybe a fire hazard.
Yeah, they actually just changed some of the protocols. They actually are now tightening up press access because I guess last night the reporters, they were a little bit freaked out by the number of delegates, and they weren't exactly sure who was supposed to be on the floor, who wasn't. So definitely a little bit of protocol changes. But don't you love the big word freedom here? Yes, it's freedom. It's freedom for everyone who...
Freedom with a W, right? Wasn't that what Kamala Harris told us?
Freedom for everyone who comes through our southern border. Come on in. It's all lots of freebies. If you're not an American citizen, you get prepaid debit cards, especially here in Sanctuary City in Chicago. Really been hit by having some of these policies under Biden-Harris. But yeah, to the point where tonight will be, as John says, a little bit of a show again as we see Barack and Michelle. We'll also hear from Bernie Sanders, the socialist dream here in the stage, and Chuck Schumer and Doug Emhoff as well. So it should be a very interesting lineup, and it will be another late night. Barack Obama scheduled for 10 Central, which is 11 East Coast, and we'll also hear from Michelle, but also Kamala will be live streamed in, David. She's speaking in Milwaukee. So they're going to take her speech here on the floor and try to drum up a lot of excitement, as we see here.
Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland. And this is a big pep rally, what we're seeing right now. And just like a lot of other things at this convention, what you're actually seeing here on the screen, David, as you know, is fake. They're faking the roll call vote. They had the virtual roll call vote that they did behind closed doors just to go ahead and push through Kamala Harris's nomination. And now they're having the actual live roll call vote, which is really just an opportunity for all these people like Governor Wes Moore here to get their faces on television.
And actually, Kamala's ex-boyfriend, Montel Williams, threw his support behind Wes Moore at one point in a tweet. Remember that? And then he had to say, oh, no, I'm going to support Kamala here. But it's a 6 degrees of separation here with a lot of these folks.
Very close, yes.
including Michelle, who one time they thought might actually be at the top of the ticket as well.
Yes, and Michelle Obama actually polling better than Kamala Harris in a poll that was released today. And just another indication of just how kind of weird and awkward this whole thing has been. It was awkward for Joe Biden last night. Barack Obama, even though he's known for being quite the orator, he's going to still have to walk that tightrope, David, where he talks about his old Vice President Joe Biden like he's his friend, but not talk too much about him because they don't want to focus on him. They want to focus on Kamala. He's going to talk about Kamala Harris, who we know that there's a lot of tension there between them. It took him 9 days to go ahead and endorse her, even though she worked on his 2008 campaign. So how are they going to bridge that gap?
And also, I'm just looking at the Massachusetts delegation. You know, I spent some time in Massachusetts as a young child, and Ayanna Pressley, Michelle Wu there. A lot of love from the blue Bay State there, which once hosted the DNC that Barack Obama spoke at again, and that was sort of one of his big coming out speeches.
2004.
Yeah,
You
but
saw
I was
Ayanna
also
Pressley
there
too, who's kind of gone with the squad, the pro-Hamas caucus.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is their moment, David. We'll let them have it. The exuberance is obvious. But I did talk to a couple Democrats today. You know, just convention goers. Level with me. Everybody's excited to be here. But are you concerned about the vote actually coming out for Kamala Harris? Because it has never come out for her before. It didn't come out for her in the primary. They voted for Joe Biden. A lot of people who voted for Joe Biden weren't actually voting for Joe Biden. They were voting against Donald Trump. That dynamic has changed, and there is concern. Honest Democrats will tell you the enthusiasm you see in the arena tonight, they're still concerned about that materializing into actual votes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think they have every reason to be concerned, and especially watching this convention, the disorganization, the choir, the Democrat singing National Caucus, the singing caucus that sang yesterday, they were so off key. They were off. They weren't starting at the right time. Then they stopped. I mean, between that and everything that Joe Biden himself gaffed over last night, and then speaking those lies, I still can't even believe that he's still pushing the lie, the Charlottesville lie, that Trump said there's very fine people on both sides. And it seems like the people there are still, it's like they've got to know it's a lie, yet they're still chanting for it. There's less people coming across the border today than when Trump was in office. These people are just, they're peddling lies and they don't care, but they definitely seem very intent on getting the emotional frequency of anybody that'll listen revved up to the point where they just see Orange Man bad and don't want to vote for him. Has that pretty much been par for the course from the people that you're hearing there too? They don't care that these are lies. They're just going to champion them.
They don't care about the lies. And listen, we just heard from Stephanie Grisham, the former White House press secretary under Donald Trump, who talked about, she accused Donald Trump of saying, Stephanie, if you tell the lie enough, people will eventually believe it. One night after we heard Joe Biden perpetuate the very fine people hoax, which they are doing over, it's not just him either. There are multiple lies. She doesn't care about Tim Walz's lies about IVF or about his military service. They only care when they think Republicans lie. And even when Republicans are telling the truth, Democrats will tell you it's a lie.
Another one of the viral clips last night was a Michigan state senator. We just saw Whitmer there as they were doing the roll call. Gretchen Whitmer, one of the surrogates actually from Kamala, who goes out a lot and speaks on national press. And she said that Donald Trump would weaponize the government if he was elected. And that clip's gotten a lot of legs today, the Michigan state senator. It's all projection. It's all fantasy. It's not so much policy, and it's again shielding Kamala, again giving her teleprompter, giving her talking points, and trying to run out the clock, David. That is the name of the game with these folks here.
Yeah. It seems like it is. Bianca De La Garza and John Bachman, thank you guys so much for tuning in, joining us tonight. And I think Tim Walz is about to speak, so we're going to cut over to Tim and see what little old angry Tim has to say. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thanks, David. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely. And friends, we'll be back with more from the Democrat National Convention and the Democrats' disgusting obsession with abortion, maybe right after Tim Walz. Let's see what we want to do. I think we're going to listen a little bit of what Tim Walz has to say since he is the VP nominee for Kamala Harris.
More. Mayor of this great city, Mayor Johnson, give it up, give it up, give it up. And while she's not with us, we have got to hold the United States Senate. Send Tammy Baldwin back to D.C. You know, it was only a month ago that the Republican Party gathered for their convention right here on this very spot. It doesn't sound like any of you watched it, but in case you didn't, after promising us a speech that was going to be about unity and promising that he was a changed man, Donald Trump subjected us to 92 minutes of ranting and raving insanity. Now look, they left here riding high. They were feeling good. This thing was over. Well, trust me, Milwaukee, a hell of a lot can change in 4 weeks. You run a campaign based on fear like them, you're going to run into a little trouble when you run into a campaign that's based on joy. These guys are focused on the past, like the 1850s past. This campaign's focused on your future. We're not going back. Wow. Wow. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. That convention had one purpose, to coronate one man. Ours, by the way, they got a little party going over in Chicago. They didn't know the big party was here in Milwaukee tonight, so this is where it's at. It's not a celebration of a coronation of one man over there. It's a celebration of all of us over there. I don't imagine anybody will be paying any attention, but when I came out here, you might have heard over there, that convention and the energy over there is like nothing you've seen. But here's what I'm really excited about. Not only do we have massive energy at our convention, we got a hell of a lot more energy at where they had their convention right here. So, this yeah. Oh, that one guy's going to be so sad tonight. So sad. So sad. So sad. Look, we got to turn the page on these guys. We got to turn the page. And here's the thing. Over the last 2 weeks, whether you saw it in Philly, you saw it out in the fields of Eau Claire, where some of you were out there. Amazing. On to Phoenix, where the largest political gathering in state history happened last week. Folks stood in 109-degree heat in Las Vegas. 4,000 of them couldn't get in, so they all signed up to door knock and phone bank instead of getting in there. That's what they're doing. And here is what is so great about it. All those people across this country, just like this crowd of 15,000 plus people sitting here. You all came for the same reason. You love this country. That's why you came. Yeah. My notes said This campaign has a lot of momentum. Can you feel it? Hell yes, we can feel it. It's what we do. It's what we do. Something's happening. For those of you in here and for the young folks in here, some of you, something's happening. And it all begins with Kamala Harris. From a first day as a prosecutor, and she took those words, Kamala Harris, for the people, to the Attorney General of California, to a United States Senator, to our Vice President, she has gone to work every day to fight on the side of you and the American people. Took on the predators, took on the fraudsters, took down the transnational gangs, stood up to powerful corporations. And she never, in all that work, and don't forget this, they don't want you to hear the true story. She did it reaching across the aisle, and she did what was ever necessary to get it right for the American people. To get it right for the people. Look, these shared American values, you see it across this country, but I can tell you what, Donald Trump doesn't see the world the way we see it. This guy weakens our country, mocks our laws, sows chaos and division amongst all of us. And here's the thing, they're not even hiding it. What he's planning to do is even worse. Now look, these guys are trying to hide what they're doing. They're trying to figure out what it is. And I've said this, I coached high school football long enough to know, don't ever close the yearbook. Don't ever close that yearbook. But look, I know if you're going to take the time to draw up a playbook, you plan on using it. So this Project 2025 thing, it is simply the playbook. And they're going to call the plays straight down the line. And it always starts with the same old crap. Rig the economy for those at the top and screw the people at the bottom. That's what they do. Your costs go up. They repeal the Affordable Care Act and bring us back to pre-existing conditions. They cut Social Security and Medicare, the very things that keeps my mom out of poverty. They will ban abortion across this country. Make no doubt about it. Make no doubt about it. And J.D. Vance, he writes the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025. Look, you can find joy in the world everywhere. Here's where I find my joy. On October 1st, we're going to have a little talk, he and I, on the same stage. So, yeah. So look, we're going to bring this country together. And those of you with no hair or gray hair, remember when Republicans talked about freedom, the old Republicans, they actually meant it. They wouldn't turn their backs on our allies. They would try and do what's right. But these guys are not them. When they mean freedom, they want the freedom of government to be in your exam room. They mean freedom for corporations to pollute our air and water. Freedom for banks to take advantage of the least fortunate amongst us. And I've said this, we are cousins out here. You know this. In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors. We respect their personal choices. Even if we would not make the same choice as our neighbors, we respect them because we live by that golden rule. Mind your own damn business. Mind your own damn business. I don't need you in our exam room. I don't need you telling me which books to read, and you can sure stay the hell out of our bedroom. So that's it. So look, I couldn't be prouder to be on the ticket and to help make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. Tomorrow I'll get to give a little speech over in Chicago formally accept the nomination of you. On Thursday, Kamala will do the same thing, and she'll lay out a vision for a new way forward. So look, we're over there today. We're here now. We're going to go back and catch the after parties over there, because here's the deal. We got 77 days. 77 days to change the world. 77 days to bring decency. 77 days. Because look, we are not waking up on that 78th day. We are not waking up without knowing we left it all on the field. I've been saying it. You've done it. You've done it. Sleep when we're dead, but do the work now. Sleep when we're dead, but do the work now. This campaign is simple. We believe in the promise of America. It's that simple. So, because as the next president of the United States says every single day, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you, Milwaukee.
All right, so we just heard from the vice presidential selection of Kamala Harris, Mr. Walz, and I was just taking some notes because I really hope Americans that are watching him and listen to what he's saying are also going to go research what he said, because there were so many lies, friends, so many blatant, obvious lies. I'm just going to start at the top. He said they're there in Chicago for the coronation of Kamala, which is correct. The coronation happens when someone's selected, like a king or a queen, not chosen by the people. It's not democracy that does it. Normal Democrat and Republican national conventions are when the American people and the voting base get to see the person that they elected. That didn't happen at with the Democrat Party. He says that Trump wants to weaken our country. Well, isn't that what allowing illegals to flood into our country and then weigh pressure and drain resources from America, from our schools, from our hospitals, from our legal institutions, and then even from our own bank accounts, U.S. taxpayers floating the bill for all these illegals? Isn't that weakening the American economy? It's exactly what's happening underneath current President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. He then spouted off the same lie that they keep pushing about Project 2025, saying that that's President Trump's agenda. President Trump has said on several occasions that he has no idea. Initially, he didn't have any idea what Project 2025 was, and it wasn't from his campaign. His campaign is on his website, Agenda 47, for everybody to read. But Tim Walz is hoping that you're not going to pay attention to that. He also said that J.D. Vance co-wrote it, another lie, absolute lie. He also wanted to say that he respects neighbors and their rights to make the decision for whatever they want. Meanwhile, back in the riots of 2020 and 2021, he had his police force out in droves going through neighborhoods, shooting paintballs that can be deadly. You get hit in the neck or the face or the eyeball, it could take an eye out, it could kill somebody, it hits him in the side of the head. Shooting paintballs at friendly neighbors, his own constituents, for just being on the porch. Yet he tells you that he wants to be the party that's going to allow neighbors to be neighborly and just make their own decisions. Just more lies. And then he also wanted to say that he has a promise for America and to make our country great again. It's just nonsense. I really hope the American people are just paying attention. I believe that Americans are smart enough. They're smart enough to see the show, the parade, the circus that is currently the Democrat Party and see through the lies. Did he lay out any policies of his own? Did he talk about how they're going to fix the economy? Did he talk about the border? Did he talk about crime? Did he talk about the economy and anything they're going to do? Or did all he do was just blame Orange Man Bad, President Trump, and throw J.D. Vance under the bus? I know and I believe Americans are smarter than that. And I think the Democrats are going to wake up in 78 days and realize that they made a terrible mistake by exposing the true underbelly of who they are. Friends, we'll be back in just a little bit with more from the Democrat National Convention. Stay with us.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
With unique traditions, timeless charm, and dedicated fans, no wonder Wrigley Field's nicknamed the Friendly Confines. Located on the north side of Chicago,
Hi folks, we're Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault.
When Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, fell on the 30th of April, 1975, America's long conflict there. When Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, fell on the 30th of April, 1975, America's long conflict there may have ended, but it took decades for the nation to heal its wounds. In 1973, President Nixon orchestrated the Paris Peace Accords, bringing to an end America's involvement in the Vietnam War. America's POWs returned home and all seemed well until March of 1975, when Senator Ted Kennedy led Congress in cutting off all aid to South Vietnam. Within weeks, Communist North Vietnam reneged on the peace accords and invaded their neighbors to the south. Without U.S. support, South Vietnam fell to the Communists, and throughout South Vietnam, a bloodbath.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the... If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I'm David Harris Jr. and the Democrats. Well, there's some fighting taking place outside of the DNC that we're watching right now. Not sure how violent it's going to get, but it sure does seem that violence follows the Democrats pretty much everywhere they go, and it's in their own party. We didn't see this outside of the Republican National Convention. Look at that flag, a United States flag on the ground. We didn't see that outside of the RNC. They're burning the flag. Are you kidding me? Friends, that is par for the course for Democrats. That's what you can expect if they get into power. They are nothing but the party of chaos, anarchy. They do not love the United States of America. And it's all the people, I guarantee you, none of those people that are burning that flag are Republicans. They're not going to vote for President Donald J. Trump. So what side of history does America want to be on? I think that it is full frontal right now, exposed. The Democrat National Convention and all of the people that are there, they're exposing their heart. They're exposing exactly how they feel about this country, what they think, how they operate. Let's not forget that all those Summer of Love riots and all the chaos didn't take place by the hands of conservatives. Unfortunately, a whole lot of conservatives and Democrats were caught in the wake of the chaos, the mindset of what would drive a person to do what you're seeing right now. Absolutely despicable. Absolutely disgusting. And yet that is exactly what seems to follow the Democrats. Well, joining me now is former Planned Parenthood director Abby Johnson. The book and the movie Unplanned is based on her story. Abby, thank you so much for joining me. Right now we're watching the flag burning. You know, the DNC, they had Planned Parenthood was driving around in a bus giving out free abortions and vasectomies, which I'm not too worried about the latter there. I think it's actually maybe not a bad idea because a lot of those individuals might have gotten somebody pregnant and then wind up murdering a baby, which is exactly what abortion is. But what can you speak to what we're all witnessing from the Democrats, from the Democrat National Convention? What's on your heart?
Well, honestly, David, I think that what we're seeing at the Democratic National Convention it's a circus for sure. I mean, just watching Tim Walz up there, I mean, there was, like you said, no policy, no discussion about policy, no discussion about what they plan to do to help the future of our nation. It's just like somebody getting up there and performing. I didn't hear anything from him that was anything better than what we heard from Joe Biden when he was up there giving talks. Honestly, it was just a joke. But this is the Democratic Party. I spent many, many years as a Democrat. I spent many years on as a Planned Parenthood director, and I mean, these were my people, right? This was a part of who I was, and they need the fall of the family in order to thrive as a party. And so the fact that they're at the DNC giving out abortion pills, not even to women that are pregnant. They're giving out pills to women who are not pregnant, but basically just giving them out like it's aspirin. Just keep it in your medicine cabinet in case you get pregnant. You know, they are sterilizing men so that they will not be able to be fathers in the future, to strip men of their fertility. This is how Western civilization falls. You
Abby,
strip us of our ability to be families.
I appreciate you so much.
We've got to cut away. I'm going to have you back on the show soon. I really want to hear what you have to say. But Newsmax's John Huddy is live on the scene right now where they're burning that flag and chaos is erupting.
Yeah, so we're in the middle of the street. I don't know if we're live, but basically the anti-Israel and anti-U.S. Anti-Israel and anti-U.S. protesters, and I want to make that very clear because there are also anti-American protesters came over, they started marching down the street, and then the Chicago PD and riot police came in to stop them from pushing through the police lines. That's when the violence started. Several of the protesters, from what I saw, were detained, arrested, taken by police, and right now, JT, if we could try to move in, they just burned the U.S. flag, they burned the Israeli flag. Let's try to move in a little bit closer here. And I want to be careful because riot police are behind the camera. They're also on the other side behind these protesters, these, again, anti-Israel, anti-U.S. demonstrators. JT, maybe put the camera up to get it better. But this is one of the main organizers here. There was a pushing match with between these anti-Israel, anti-U.S. demonstrators and another journalist who tried to intervene and stop them from burning the U.S. flag, burning the American flag, and actually at one point jumped in and tried to... Got pretty contentious. Okay, so I want to show you real quick, walk with me, what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the police. And by the way, we had heard rumblings yesterday that there was going to be a demonstration here from both our law enforcement sources and also protesters on the ground. We didn't really see much throughout the day. We saw a significant police presence build up, but then right around about an hour ago, that's when these demonstrators, that's when these anti-American, anti-Israel demonstrators showed up. And they're not a huge group. I want to make that clear. There's a lot of media here as well. That group, demonstrators have grown, but they're very vocal, and they're absolutely trying to antagonize and agitate the police, trying to push through the police lines. And real quick, as I walk over here, guys, you can see they're lined up here, and they've been trying to kind of get the media off to the side on either end, and then there's a whole line of riot police down the block. They got their billy clubs out. So far, they're using a ton of restraint. They're not pushing in. They just stop them from going any further down. Yeah, absolutely. They stop them from going any further down West Madison, basically containing them to this area outside the consulate. But again, like I said, very contentious. Definitely got violent at one point. Several people detained and arrested. Back to you.
Wow, thank you, John Huddy. Make sure you stay safe out there, brother. We appreciate you bringing that to us. And friends, that's pretty much who the Democrats, that's who they champion. That's what they want. They hate Israel, one of our closest allies, one of the most important countries, probably the most important country in the Middle East that actually has democracy. They don't like America. They don't like what the red, white, and blue stands for. They want anarchy. And I think that what we're all seeing, what the world is seeing, and what Americans are seeing is the stark contrast between what Democrats would love to see more of in this country and we saw a month ago what Republicans under the leadership of President Donald Trump and J.D. Vance would love to see in this country. And hopefully it doesn't get any worse, but I don't put anything past the Democrats, the Antifa, Black Lives Matter, whoever they are that are there. Got to see a Palestinian flag right there. And it looks like it could continue to heat up. It doesn't look like they're going to disperse. It doesn't look like they have plans to disperse at all. It looks like they have plans to go head-to-head against the police. And that also is par for the course for Democrats. They want to defund the police. They hate the police. They've chanted that they hate ICE. They don't want law and order. They want chaos. And they honestly don't care who gets hurt in the wake. And that should wake up every American. Absolutely telling what we're seeing outside of the Democrat National Convention. Absolutely telling. And again, hopefully it stays peaceful, but we'll have to just wait and see. And this is only, day 2? This is only day 2 of the Democratic National Convention. I wonder what tomorrow night's going to look like. I wonder what Thursday night's going to look like when we actually get to hear from the coronated queen, not the elected queen, coronated. She was selected. She was installed by the Democrat elite. And that's all we need to really know and understand. So our silver lining tonight, friends, is pray, talk to your neighbors, talk to your friends, be bold and be courageous in your faith. Read your Bible, spend some time in worship. That's my daily routine. And friends, that's all the time we have for tonight. So thank you so much for watching The Pulse on Newsmax's N2 and making us the #1 show on N2. Tune in tomorrow night for a brand new episode at 8 p.m. and hopefully every night for the rest of your natural life. Good night, America, and God bless you.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
We've got to cut the sales by about 9%. I think that'll be enough to get them to the table. And we're somewhere, I think, past 5. And the boycotts have a way of developing their own life.
The oldest son of 4 siblings, Cesario Estrada Chavez, was born in Yuma, Arizona on March 31st, 1927. After graduating 8th grade from Laguna Dam School, he dropped out of school to work in the fields. He joined the Navy in 1946, and following his discharge, he married his sweetheart, Helen Fabella, with whom he would have 8 children. Early in his adulthood, he was befriended by 2 social justice activists, Fred Ross and Father Donald McDonnell, who redirected him from field hand to union organizer. In 1962, Cesar Chavez joined with community activist Dolores Huerta to form the National Farm Workers Association. UFW had organized successful strikes against produce growers, resulting in higher wages and safer working conditions for their field workers. Chavez soon realized boycotts were more effective against supermarket chains rather than individual growers. In July of 1969, Chavez appeared on The Today Show and called for a nationwide boycott of grapes to protest the wages and working conditions of farm workers. That year-long boycott ended successfully for Chavez and catapulted him to national prominence. Chavez used his newfound prominence to enter the world of presidential politics by campaigning for Senator Robert Kennedy. In 1973, believing illegal immigrants were being used as strikebreakers, his union established the Wet Line along the southern Arizona border to stop them from entering the United States. Chavez also initiated a campaign to actively deport those already here. Until his death at age 66 on April 23, 1993, Cesar Chavez remained a popular speaker at colleges and universities throughout the country. March 31st, the birthday of Cesar Chavez, is a state holiday in California. You're watching An American Life on Newsmax TV.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen, give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free no
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and our live special coverage of night number 2 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I'm Ed Henry. We begin this special with a lot of breaking news. Anti-Israel protesters are really building in terms of what they're doing on the streets of Chicago outside that arena on the top left. That's a live picture of Chicago inside the United Center, where there'll be speakers like Barack Obama in a short time. We'll go there live. On the bottom left, that's a live picture of a raucous rally in Milwaukee, where Vice President Kamala Harris will be speaking any moment now. Remember, that's in Milwaukee at the Fiserv Forum, where former President Donald Trump just had his Republican National Convention a few weeks ago. So you can see they're trying to make sure the Democratic ticket competes for battleground Wisconsin. We'll get live reaction from David Harris Jr. in a moment. Do we have John Huddy? Do you want to go live there? There were protesters just burning American and Israeli flags. Let's try to sneak John Huddy in here quickly before we see the Vice President. John, good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you. And this is getting very, very, very contentious at this point. So the protesters are right behind me, these anti-Israel, anti-American, by the way, they just burned the Israeli and American flag. And then you have the riot police up the block there, and they've given them 2 warnings. The second warning for unlawful assembly. Third warning, these police move in. We've already seen clashes between the demonstrators, the protesters, and police. They started the march about an hour ago. They started burning the American flag, the Israeli flag, and the riot police then moved them in, basically containing them to this area of West Madison outside the Israeli consulate, which is across the street of the building behind me. But then the protesters tried to push through the police lines. That's when there were clashes between the protesters and police. I saw several people detained, arrested, taken away. So now it's a standoff at this point. And myself, JT, the photographer, our security, were told to get off the street, to get behind the police line here. You can see one of the bike patrol officers. Police have been lining the street. So, at this point, Ed, we had heard yesterday there were rumblings that there was going to be a demonstration here. Earlier today, we saw a heavy law enforcement presence. But about an hour and a half ago, that's when the demonstration, that's when the march began. And now it's on the verge of really escalating at this point. Back to you.
You're seeing down the street as you look when you say it's escalating, because you've been very careful, and we appreciate that as always in your reporting over the last 24 hours, and it seemed like things had calmed down a little bit. What are you seeing now?
Well, again, and I'm trying to get in here, so bear with me, but let me try to get a better, I don't know if you can see that. So you see the line of riot police, Chicago PD. They've basically created a containment area, and then that's where, as we pan over to the left here, that's where you have the demonstrators. It's not a huge group, but it is a very vocal, it is a very aggressive group.
Stay safe. We'll be checking in with you over the next 3 hours as we learn more about what's happening on the streets of Chicago. Thank you, John. Let's bring in my colleague, David Harris Jr. You saw him a moment ago. He's a valued member of our team here at N2. And David, it was great to have you alongside for the ride last night. Night 1 did not go as the Democrats expected. We can get into that in a moment, as they kicked Joe Biden to the curb and kept delaying when he was going to speak. Tonight it'll be Barack Obama. We have plenty of time to talk about the substance of that. But react, please, sir, to what you just saw with John Huddy, because I saw it at the end of your show, The Pulse, as well. Burning the American flag, burning the Israeli flag. It's like a split-screen convention that we're showing, David. And, on one hand, you say, okay, that's what's happening outside. But inside the arena last night, Joe Biden himself said that these crazy protesters have a point. He almost took their side. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm appreciative that the American people hopefully are watching, and hopefully they're watching in too, Ed. I really appreciate you. Enjoyed our time last night as well. And yes, at the end of my show, I got to bring in Huddy and get to see them burning the American flag and the Israeli flag. You see the Palestinian flag waving around. And I think it's really telling to the American people that are watching this that they're seeing this take place at the Democratic National Convention. We didn't see this take place at the RNC. The RNC and Republicans as a whole, we're not the party of violence like this. We're not the party of hatred and vitriol. We are the party of peace and prosperity and strength. And that's what Americans saw if they watched the Republican National Convention. But seeing this just debacle unfold even crazier. It's a circus. Inside, they're performing, and they're only chanting and shouting about Donald Trump. They mentioned his name 127 times yesterday. They talked about the economy 8 times. They talked about crime 6 times. They're not talking about the issues that actually matter to Americans. They're just up there performing. It's theater. And then outside, you see the other reverse, the opposite side of the very same coin, the Democrats. They're out there championing. There's no Republicans out there. There's no conservatives out there. Americans are truly witnessing the very stark contrast between Republicans and Democrats. And Americans are smart enough to know exactly what side of the aisle and what side of history they want to be on.
David, I'm so glad you mentioned former President Trump, because I want to get into that. I also want to reset for our viewers. In addition to David and I, you see on the top right there, that's the streets of Chicago outside the arena where it's getting pretty hairy. And they were burning the American and Israeli flags, as David said. John Huddy's doing outstanding reporting. We'll keep checking in with him. On the bottom right, you see they're doing the roll call to officially get Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in as the nominees without any actual votes by voters cast, the party that says they'll save democracy. We'll certainly get to that. You see Gavin Newsom, it appears there, from the California delegation. But I want to talk about crime. Because we may hear, if I interrupt you, David, only because we're expecting to hear from Kamala Harris in Milwaukee in the next couple of moments. She's doing a little rally there with her running mate. And she and her running mate keep saying that Donald Trump is exaggerating the crime epidemic in America, that he's exaggerating what's going on in the streets of America. And he did this event in Battleground, Michigan today where he said, no, this is the truth. This is happening largely in Democrat cities like Detroit, like Chicago, like Milwaukee. And they continue downplay this, like you made that point, David. Last night they mentioned crime just a handful of times and mentioned Donald Trump almost 150 times. What's going on here? Because it seems to me like the former president has his finger on the pulse.
Yeah, he absolutely does have his finger on the pulse. And hopefully he's watching the pulse as well.
That's right.
To throw that in there. But, you know, we actually showed Tim Walz's speech during my show, and he has the same rhetoric as the rest of the Democrats, and he's pushing the same lies. Ed, he shared that President Trump was responsible for Project 2025. President Trump has come out and said, as soon as he heard about it, I remember actually texting somebody on the campaign and said, when is President Trump going to acknowledge and say something about it? And he did that day. He said, I don't know what Project 2025 is. I don't have anything to do with it. Tim Walz then went ahead and said that J.D. Vance was the architect behind Project 2025. He doesn't talk about the issues that matter to the American people, yet he wants to continue to project the same type of divisive rhetoric that Trump is just bad for our economy. He wants to weaken our economy and weaken our country, really, when the Democrats, underneath the current leadership of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, are responsible for the massive invasion of illegals and terrorists and gang members. And they're responsible for every single American that's either been murdered or their family been torn apart by murder or by somebody being raped or robbed or what have you. How many police have we lost? How many women have we lost? How many young girls have been raped because of the illegal aliens that have come across the border, as Kamala Harris has been the border czar? The American people are not stupid. They're watching this. They're waking up. I'm sure Kamala won't have anything to say on policy because she doesn't have any policies unless it's the policies that she's ripped off from President Trump's campaign, no tax on tips, and the child tax credit that J.D. Vance was promoting. She doesn't have any other policies. All they have is emotional rhetoric to try to get the American people riled up enough to forget the economy, forget the invasion, forget inflation, forget gas prices. But Americans aren't going to forget. It's top of our mind, and they have nowhere to go.
David, hold that thought on the economy, because we learned a little bit more about Kamala Harris's plan today on taxes. But I understand that our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who's inside the United Center there in Chicago, is available live as well. If we've got James, I'd like James to join the conversation because we're going to hear from some big Democrat luminaries tonight. James, what's happening in the arena right now? What are you expecting in the next couple hours?
So, Ed, we've just completed the ceremonial roll call where we went state by state through the 50 states, as well as some of the territories, and each of the states pledged their delegates to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the respective presidential and vice presidential nominees for the Democratic Party. I mentioned that this was ceremonial, which is to say it was all for show, because the Democratic Party conducted a virtual roll call on the 6th of August that certified Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as the nominees back on that day. It was done on that day to satisfy a requirement in the state of Ohio that the names of the nominees be submitted to the Secretary of State there by August the 7th. But nonetheless, there was extraordinary energy. And right now, Vice President Harris is speaking from Milwaukee to accept the nomination. Let's listen. There we go.
And they have nominated Coach Walz and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America. And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago. Hey, Milwaukee! It's good to be back in Milwaukee. So, it's good to be back in Milwaukee, it really. Thank you. So, as you know, the coach and I were together here in Wisconsin just 2 weeks ago. And the first rally after I announced that he would be my running mate, and it is so good to be back with all of you. So good to be back. And today, of course, I always and also bring greetings from our incredible President Joe Biden. Wasn't he terrific last night? And I know we are all deeply grateful for his lifetime of service to our nation. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. So, Wisconsin, we have 77 days until the election. 77 days. And look, we know this is going to be a tight race until the very end. We have some hard work ahead of us. We have hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Okay. And with your help this November, we will win. We'll win. We will win. We will win. Because we're going to put in the hard work over the next 77 days. No, we haven't already won. 77 days of work to do, my friends. So listen, make no mistake, as we all know, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. This is not just about us versus Donald Trump. This is about two very different visions for our nation. One, ours, focused on the future, the other, focused on the past. And Wisconsin, we fight for the future. We fight for the future. We believe in the future. A future with affordable health care. A future with affordable child care. A future with affordable housing and paid leave. That's the future we believe in. We believe in a future where we build an opportunity economy, where every American has the opportunity to own a home, start a business, and build wealth, including intergenerational wealth. That's what we believe in. We believe in the future of our country. We believe in a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families. And when I am president, I will bring down the cost of groceries by making sure markets are competitive and fair. Together with Coach, we will take on Big Pharma and cap the cost of prescription medication for all Americans. We will take on the high cost of housing, understanding so many people are trying to fulfill the American dream, and we need to give people help to get there. In fact, last week I announced my plan to build millions of new homes and help first-time home buyers with a down payment. No, and that's a step to get where we need to go. And my tax plan will give 100 million more Americans a tax cut, including $6,000 to families during the first year of a child's life. That's about help with a car seat, with a crib, with diapers, with baby clothes. If we care about children, then let's help people. Help people do what they naturally want to do, but don't always have the resources to do it. And unlike Donald Trump, I will always put the middle class and working families first. But now we know he has a different plan, Trump, right? Just look at Project 2025. Now, if he is elected, understand what that, by the way, can you believe they put that thing in writing, right? So that plan, though, tells us what they're up to. Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. And he wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax, which will cost a typical family $3,900 a year. Understand that. And on top of all of this, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. And you remember what that was like when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions? You remember what that was? Breast cancer survivors, children with diabetes, grandparents who need help and support being denied care. We're not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We will move forward. just like Wisconsin's state motto tells us, forward. Forward. Ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom. And it is a fight for freedom. Like the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. You know, I don't know what's up with these people, by the way. I mean, they just seemingly don't trust women. Well, we trust women. We trust women. And we know how we got to this place. We know how we got to this place with now over 20 Trump abortion bans. We know how we got.
You can see Kamala Harris there trying to make her case to voters in battleground Wisconsin. As we were showing you what's happening on the other side of the screen, the split screen coverage, if you will, of Chicago, which she just fled from Milwaukee. And on the streets of Chicago tonight, these anti-Israel protests and in some cases anti-American protests are getting worse. Now, on the bottom right of the screen, joining our coverage, again rejoining, is our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen. A lot to unpack there, James. Let's do a couple of rounds here. First of all, the idea of Kamala Harris speaking and gaining all this attention from voters around the country as her convention is going on behind you. And as I understand it, the Senate Democrat leader, Chuck Schumer, is speaking, but she's almost stepping on that message from the podium. Your thoughts on that?
Well, it's interesting. I spoke with some convention veterans earlier today, Ed, and asked about this unusual situation in which you have the nominee for president and vice president, while this convention is taking place, leaving the state and going to campaign elsewhere. And I was told it's never been done before quite this way. What you saw, what we watched on this very program, was a kind of simulcast of that campaign event with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz in Milwaukee. They delayed in taking the stage in Milwaukee, and they were very delayed. And we were wondering what was happening. We were not getting pool reports from the traveling press pool that's aboard Air Force 2. It was sort of a blackout. And now we understand that they were waiting to take the stage until the ceremonial roll call here at the United Center in Chicago had been completed. The last two states that were permitted to cast their delegates were Minnesota and California for the two nominees. And so in a bit of choreography involving some digital connections, as soon as that vote was completed, the vice president and Governor Walz took the stage out there in Milwaukee and were beamed right here into the United Center to express their thanks, at the end of which you heard the vice president say, "We'll see you in a couple of days." So that's never happened before in a convention. It might also be worth noting, Ed, that the venue in Milwaukee that the vice president and Governor Walz were appearing at, and where they still are right now, was the Fiserv Forum. That is the very venue in which former President Trump and Senator Vance accepted their nominations. It doesn't strike this reporter as accidental.
No, you're right. It certainly seems like a deliberate effort to follow the former president's tracks, as she has followed some of his policies, like no taxes on tips. Real quick, it sounded like maybe there was some news in terms of her talking more about her economic plan, but you've been covering it more closely, so maybe you've heard some of this. We started with price controls, then we heard about the corporate tax rate in recent days going up to 28%. Today we heard that she supports Joe Biden's 45% capital gains tax rate, which is extremely high, the highest ever in American history. But then I just heard her say she's going to promise a tax cut for 100 million Americans. Have they given you any detail on that?
It's not clear exactly which 100 million Americans that might encompass. She was also talking today about the child tax credit. We just heard it in her remarks in Milwaukee, $6,000 to families for the first year of a child's life. Perhaps that's the 100 million Americans she's talking about. We'll obviously learn more about her economic plans as the weeks unfold here, and particularly once the vice president entertains serious questioning from the press corps and from interviewers. And of course, we're all looking forward to that debate against the former president.
We certainly are. I want to get David Harris Jr. in, so one more quick one with you, James, because we appreciate your insight always. There's kind of this split screen, literally and figuratively, with you and I and Vice President Harris, and then on the top left of our screen, we have the streets of Chicago outside the arena where you are, and there's a growing police presence, a growing number of anti-Israel and in some cases anti-American protesters who just burned some American and Israeli flags. Our colleague John Huddy, you may have heard, was reporting about this. What's it like to be there where inside there's one story and outside there's quite another?
You know, so many comparisons, Ed, have drawn between the events of this political cycle and this turbulent year of 2024 and the year 1968, where we had the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and where that phrase, "the whole world is watching," was born. And you had the scenes outside the convention where anti-war protesters were clashing violently and physically with the Chicago police. Heads were getting cracked right on national television. But you also had that distemper taking place inside the 1968 Convention Hall. Famously, the CBS News correspondent, Dan Rather, was roughed up by goons working for then the Chicago mayor, Mayor Daley. And Walter Cronkite said famously, "Looks like we've got a couple of thugs there, Dan." So the distemper in 1968 was both on the outside of the hall and very much present inside the hall. Here tonight, some 50-plus years later, it's a different story. There is not a hint of that discord inside the United Center. This is not just a heavily fortified complex. It is a series of heavily fortified complexes that stretch on for football fields beyond the actual walls of the United Center. So there's not a chance that there's going to be any disruptions inside the hall here tonight.
All right, and we certainly don't want any thugs moving in on our great Chief White House correspondent, James Rosen. James, stay safe there. We appreciate your reporting. We'll check back in a little bit.
Sanders now.
All right, Bernie Sanders is in there. Let's dip in live then and listen to Bernie Sanders. And you can see Kamala Harris there, who seems to be adopting a lot of Bernie's economic policies. Let's go to the source. Let's please go to the floor there in Chicago, listen a little bit to Bernie Sanders, and then after that, we'll get live reaction from David Harris Jr.
My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality. The Biden-Harris
You can hear Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders. We want to be fair and dip in as much as we can, get a flavor for what they're saying. Our colleague David Harris Jr. has been very patient in listening. I know he probably doesn't want to hear too much of this socialism, but I like to hear him tee off on socialism, which is why I have him as co-pilot tonight and every night this week. And David, it's like they're talking about two different worlds. I mean, as I listen to him talk about how bad the economy was 3.5 years ago and people were dying, he's referring to a historic pandemic, but you and I both know that he's blaming that on Donald Trump, that people were dying and the economy was in the dumps. When Donald Trump built the greatest economy we've ever seen, number one, and number two, he's going to leave out, obviously, and we don't need to listen to it. We know what he's going to do. He's going to leave out the record high inflation and all of the economic problems we have under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris now that are far different than we had under Donald Trump. It's like they're looking at a completely different world.
Well, that's all they can do, Ed, because they can't speak the truth. They can't say the truth. If they were to say the truth, they'd have to leave the Democrat Party, or the Democrat Party would kick them out. They can't talk about the truth. It reminds me of that movie, You Can't Handle the Truth. Yes. They can't talk about the facts of what's taking place, Ed, because they're responsible for what's taking place. And of course, they want to fearmonger and try to blame it all on President Trump, and all they want to talk about is COVID and the pandemic, the economy during COVID. That's all they can point to. Because prior to that, the stock market was booming. How many records were broken in the stock market right before COVID? I remember there was record after record. It seemed like every single day we woke up, it was a new record, a new record. Yeah. People felt that in their 401ks. They felt that if they were investing in the stock market, and that trickled down to all Americans. You know, I actually shared a video as Kamala was talking about the Affordable Care Act that she's afraid and just saying that President Trump's going to rescind and get rid of. And I mean, we can't forget, this was the Unaffordable Care Act. I shared a video where a two-time bone cancer survivor under the Unaffordable Care Act lost his insurance. President Obama at the time said, if you like your health care, you can keep it. We can't forget these lies that they've peddled. And he lost his health care. And then he couldn't afford to get personal health insurance, private health insurance. And then he said, you know who the senator was that actually voted for making sure citizens, the constituents of California, were fined if they didn't have personal health care? They didn't have private health insurance? It was Kamala Harris. So everything about this party, Ed, it is so hypocritical. They can't speak to any policy issues unless they're stealing them from President Trump. They can't tell the truth. And again, I'm just believing the American people are smart enough, and hopefully our viewers are sharing this and telling their friends, please watch another show other than MSNBC or CNN or ABC or NBC. Turn on Into and watch what these guys are talking about, and just listen to what they have to say. Because, friends, that's the only way we're going to wake Americans up, is when they realize that they're actually listening to propaganda. The only way to know that is when you actually are listening to the truth. Then you have something to compare it to.
The good news is we just got some numbers today, and the growth here at N2 year over year in terms of our streaming capability, the viewership's well over a 30% increase year to year, and it's a large part of that 6 p.m. Eastern. But back to business, David, which is that I remember covering the Congress as a young reporter, and Bernie Sanders was this socialist oddity. I mean, literally, I said, why is there a socialist in the Senate? Yeah, he was first in the House when I covered. And now he's one of the guys who's writing the economic policies of the vice president of the United States, who may be president of the United States next year, and is pushing price controls and all the rest of it. By the way, the video above you right now suggests that these protests are getting even more intense and the police are moving in. We're going to bring in John Huddy in a moment. We're covering all of these big stories, and we'll keep that up while you talk. But just react to that. Bernie Sanders and his socialism used to be this weird little oddity. It's sort of at the center, the heart of the Democrat Party now, David.
Yeah, it is, Ed, and it's because of the public education system. It's because of the universities, the colleges. They are overrun by Marxist, socialist, communist professors. A lot of the Ivy League colleges, universities out there are 70, 80, 90% of the professors are Democrat supporters, and they're anti-capitalist. Their mindset, their ideology, they're actually, It's actually right out of the Communist Manifesto. How do you bring down the United States? You do it from within. You do it without firing a single shot. You do it with getting into the positions of power and control and training and teaching the next generation until that next generation hates capitalism. And that's exactly what we're seeing. That's why the fringe outsider that used to be Bernie Sanders is now center stage for the Democrat Party, because that is the current Democrat Party of today. They are socialists.
He used to be, pardon me, he used to be Monday at 4 p.m. at a Democrat convention. They'd hide the socialists. Now he's in prime time on Tuesday before Barack Obama, the former president.
Yeah. That's because they appreciate what he has to say. They welcome what he has to say. They believe in what he has to say. They're just not ready to completely pull the trigger. But Kamala is. All the price gouging talk that she's talking about, holding these big corporations accountable, that she's talking about, the government's going to do it. You know, I posted a video on my social media, David J. Harris Jr. If you're not following me, I've got quite the following over there. But I posted a direct-to-camera video where I just said, look, if you don't understand what Kamala's talking about when she's talking about price gouging and putting in policies that are going to hold companies accountable, basically the government getting into the private sector and then dictating what's going to happen for the consumer is what she's talking about. Take a look at your local Department of Motor Vehicles. Take a look at your local post office. Those are government-run agencies, entities. Do you like the service there? Is it efficient? Wouldn't you rather have what capitalism gives? It gives companies the opportunity to earn your business through innovation and through competition. And when you put the government in charge, well, then you've got Venezuela and you've got millions of people starving in the streets, as socialism is responsible for 100 million deaths in every single country that's tried it. And basically, that's exactly what Kamala's talking about. So hopefully it's a wake-up call. Hopefully people see it. And don't take my word for it. Go do your own research. I'm a big proponent of doing your own research. But that's what Americans got to do.
Well, yeah, and even the liberal Washington Post has editorialized about a lot of what you were just saying about the Venezuelan model essentially being at the center of Kamala Harris's economic plan. The video, or live feed, I should say, live video of, not tape, I saw some arrests as you were talking. It looked like the Chicago police were moving in on some of these anti-Israeli protesters. So we'll continue to monitor that and bring in John Huddy in just a couple moments. David, stand by, please. I want to bring in Mark Halperin, our political analyst. He's live on the floor of the DNC as Bernie Sanders speaks, and I'm sure it's pretty loud there, Mark. But what have you seen so far tonight? It's kind of remarkable, this split screen, where what's happening behind you with Bernie Sanders and Chuck Schumer being overshadowed a bit by Kamala Harris speaking herself in battleground Wisconsin as this goes on. And then you have the screen with the anti-Israel and in some cases anti-American protests on the streets outside the United Center, where they just a little while ago burned some American and Israeli flags. Talk about what you're seeing tonight, Mark.
Well, look, inside this hall, there's not much interest in what's going on outside the hall. And with all due respect to Senator Sanders, who's speaking now, and Senator Schumer, this is about the Obamas. You can just tell from the hallway chatter that's what people want. They're superstars in the party, and they've not heard from them very much. They don't give political speeches very often. So I think this is all appetizer and not necessarily delicious appetizer for these folks who are just waiting for the main course.
Absolutely. If you have another moment, I know sometimes it's difficult with the noise and all of that. What do you make of the emerging economic plan of Kamala Harris? I heard, trying to listen closely to her remarks in Milwaukee, you may not have heard them because you're there on the floor. She said, I'm going to provide a tax cut to 100 million Americans. Talked about the child tax credit that's been part of a fight with J.D. Vance and others about which party's got a better approach to that. She talked about a $6,000 child tax credit in the first year of a child's life. We'll hear more and more details. But as we all know, she hasn't done any interviews, hasn't been scrutinized on this. But now she's promising a tax cut for 100 million Americans, as she also talks about price controls, raising the corporate tax rate, supporting a capital gains tax rate of 45%. There's a lot of meat that's being put on these bones.
Well, there's individual kind of rifle shots of different policies, some out of her mouth, some from her advisors on repudiating her past positions. What we don't have is an overarching theory of the case. Donald Trump believes less regulation, more energy production, lower taxes. We know what his theory of the case is on how to grow the economy. We don't know what hers is, and I think that's why people are so anxious to hear her do an interview or give a speech explaining her philosophy because the individual policies are what they are, but people need confidence that she's got a vision of how this works, the theory of the case. We haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, last thing, Mark, I saw you've been doing some great two-ways where you're bringing in a lot of experts, but also real Americans in the conversation on YouTube and other places. And you raised a question earlier today that I saw come by in an email. Is it a Kamala honeymoon, or is it sort of a flash in the pan? And I have to admit, I was busy getting ready for my show. I didn't get the answer. Are we getting an answer about whether the honeymoon is ending?
Not for the media, not for the people in this room. We don't really know what Americans think of her. As I hear from voters, they still have got a lot of questions. So I think she's going to have to fill that out. Thursday night will be part of that. The debate will be part of that, but there needs to be more for a lot of folks I talk to.
Absolutely. All right, Mark Halperin, appreciate your reporting and analysis as always. Mark Halperin, our political analyst. As he was talking, you can see on screen right there, it continues to get pretty intense outside the arena, outside the United Center. There's J.B. Pritzker, who is the governor of Illinois. Let's dip in just for a moment. He's kind of the host of the show as the very rich, very liberal Democrat governor of Illinois there in Chicago.
We're a great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too. Now, one president we will never claim.
All right. So there's J.B. Pritzker with a very rosy view of the blue state of Illinois. I suspect that our friend David Harris Jr. has a slightly different view of Illinois and Chicago, one of those Democrat cities that's been overrun with crime that former President Trump talks about a lot, David. And we were talking earlier in our conversation about like how it's almost like a different world that Democrats at this podium in Chicago are describing. Here's literally the guy who's the governor of the state of Illinois overseeing Chicago, one of those big Democrat cities. And every weekend, Donald Trump was talking about this in Michigan today. There's 42 people shot. 65 people shot. I think he said over 4th of July it was like over 100, and sometimes 5, 6, 8, 10 people dead, just largely young black people in the inner city of Chicago. And whether it's Barack Obama or Kamala Harris, they are literally, or J.B. Pritzker, black or white politician, they are literally doing almost nothing in the Democrat Party to stop this, David.
No, they're not, Ed. And it's so unfortunate. You know, most of the big cities across the country that have crime problems and crime issues. And when Kamala says that she's bringing down crime, again, do your own research. It's another absolutely blatant lie. Crime has surged. The homicide rates have surged in the United States, especially in Democrat-ran cities. Out of the top 30 cities with the highest homicide rates, 22 or 25 of them, actually I think it's 27, are all ran by Democrats. So while they want to talk about and say they're the party of peace, and you know Tim Walz is saying they're the party of joy, what are they being joyful about? Are they being joyful about the high cost of inflation and crime that's taking place, that Americans are just scared to walk around the street? I mean, I know, you know, a lot of my friends, we carry everywhere we go, because you never know where somebody that is an illegal alien that came across this country, came into our border, broke across our border and just broke the law by getting into our country, that's coming here with ill intent and with no respect and no regard for any American citizens. And you got to, you know, just go do any search on any search platform and look at illegal alien murder, illegal alien rape, and you'll see pages and pages and pages of this. There's absolutely nothing for the Democrat Party to be joyful about. That's why they're putting on a show. It's a circus. It's an absolute clown show, and Chicago is horrible. Black-on-black crime is absolutely abhorrent. It's something that could be reduced if we supported our police, not championed defunding the police. It's something that the black community wants. The inner communities, the inner cities, they actually want more police in the area because a police presence lowers crime. But Democrats
and when
don't
you
care.
talk about
They
the
don't want anything
police,
to do
there's
with it.
pardon me, David, a very strong police presence, obviously, in Chicago, and it's getting more intense. And I thought that split screen of a moment ago of the Democrat governor of Illinois talking about peace and prosperity, if you will, as the streets of Chicago, part of his state, obviously, a big part of his state, is right now. There's a pretty intense situation, David. Stand by for a second, because our outstanding senior correspondent, John Huddy, as I understand it, communications are going in and out, as you can understand, because of all the cell phones and all the activity and all the reporters there. But I think we have John. Let's bring John back in. It looks like it's getting more intense. We've been seeing some arrests. What's happening, John?
Well, we're seeing arrests right. Yeah, we're seeing arrests right now. Looks like maybe one of the probably the organizer of this, or the guy who's really been the most vocal, kind of leading this protest. It looks like he's being detained and removed by Chicago police here as they've set up basically a line. You know, the protesters outside the Israeli consulate. That's where this started, and then they started marching and moving and just kind of zigzagging through the downtown area. It was unclear what their intention is, if they were trying to shake off and throw off the police, but the police had to basically readjust, not only basically flank and continue to shadow and move with these protesters, but anticipate where they were going, shift the lines and stop them. JT, try to move. Let's see if we can. Okay, I'm going to step out of the way. I'm going to have JT move in and try to get as much as you can, JT. You can see some, I don't know if you can see, it looks like somebody else being detained and removed by the Chicago PD. This wasn't a large group, as I said earlier, but it was a very vocal, a very aggressive group. As they were here, we saw them burn an Israeli flag, an American flag. Somebody tried to step in and stop them from doing that. There was some pushing and shoving. I actually tried to intervene and stop and calm everybody down, which they ultimately did. But there was obviously a lot of shouting. Yeah, so it looks like the guy who's being loaded into the truck is really one of these anti-Israel, anti-U.S. protesters that's been kind of leading this. So the question now, over here, move me, walk with me. It looks like the police are moving back because there may be as we've been seeing. Sorry. All right, come on, guys. Move with me. Yeah, let's go. Just stay with me. Bear with me because I'm trying. Riot police as they're moving up. I think what's happening now is that the main group, the main section of the group, they're kind of breaking that up, but then there's another group that's trying to come behind the police and basically throw them off. And as we kind of move up here, and I'm being very careful because we were told, we being the media, to stay, move back to Chicago PD. I got to say, I've covered a lot of protests. I've covered riots. They're doing a really good job keeping this relatively under control and dealing with the media, including some members that are kind of pushing and try to push the boundaries a little bit. But I got to hand it to the Chicago PD. As we saw yesterday and as we're seeing now, they're being respectful of these protesters, again, who are pro-Hamas, pro-terror organizations, anti-Israel, anti-U.S., respectful of their rights to assemble, of the media's ability to cover it while keeping it under control. But these demonstrators are clearly trying to push it. They're aggressive, they're volatile, and we're seeing the results of that. It looks like now we're kind of behind the police, which is probably the best place to be at this point, frankly. And we're going to continue moving down the block, you guys.
All right, John, come on.
Come on, stay with me. This is all the downtown area. Okay, so we're going, it looks like we're going back to the, are we going back to the consulate?
Yeah, we are back at the consulate.
All right, so we're going back to the consulate. All right. I'm not sure if I'm still live, if you guys are still with me. I don't know. You there? Okay, sorry. I didn't realize it. Okay, I didn't realize it. Bear with me. You know, there hasn't been, aside from the clashes between these protesters and police. Okay, so it looks like there's another group here that's assembled outside the consulate. Aside from the clashes, there hasn't been any destruction of property. That was one thing that was obviously a concern with this element. We haven't seen anything like that. But like yesterday, some of those protesters that were trying to knock down the security barriers, did actually, and we saw them pulling out liquid, which turned out to be a type of pepper spray, an adjutant, and several officers were sprayed with that. We actually saw them pulling that liquid, putting on gloves, putting on their tear gas masks at Park 570A, which is the outer security perimeter of the United Center. It looks like they're saying, move back, the riot police. And then they were also throwing objects. So that's the obvious concern tonight, is if it's going to escalate even further and turn into something even more volatile, aside from just the clashes, which is why I'm wearing my Kevlar without the steel plates I usually wear in a combat zone. But it's telling you, I've worn this in Ukraine, I've worn it in Israel, I've worn it, okay. And they're pulling somebody out right here. They're pulling somebody out right here.
Media back.
Yeah, sorry.
Media out that way.
Okay, all right.
Out that way.
Okay, stand by. I'm good. Just stay here. Come here, stay with me. Here, turn the camera. Just focus on the person being detained. But as I was saying, this Kevlar has been with me in Ukraine. It's been with me in Israel, in Gaza, and now I've had to pull it out here on the streets of Chicago, in downtown Chicago. So just hold on, because it looks like they've detained somebody. Looks like more over here. I'm going to step out of the way. Just stay there, JT. Don't worry about me. Just focus on what they're doing here. And I'm just trying to get a read on what they're doing. It looks like they have somebody detained. Let's move in a little bit. Here, you move in. I'm going to stay behind you. We got to move back. All right, we're being told to move back. Okay. You guys still with me? You guys still with me? Okay. And just bear with me, because this is all incredibly fluid, as you can imagine. So we are, let's see, I'm trying to get an idea. We're on the corner of West Monroe and South Canal Street. And I can't tell about how many protesters are left. But, you know, among the crowd, along with those, I saw one guy with a sign saying, well, I can't repeat what he said, but arm Hamas. Among the chants, there was one sign they were carrying saying, bring the war home. They're chanting, long live the Intifada, which is clearly a call to violence. If anybody remembers the first and second Intifada in Israel, when there were suicide bombings, murdering innocent men, women, and children, as Hamas did on October 7th as well. I saw a lot of people with pro-Hamas signs. And again, as I said, this is not only a group that's anti-Israel, this is a group that's anti-American. They were directed down the sidewalk into this plaza. And it looks like there's some scuffling. We're going to try to move in a little bit closer. Come on. We're going to move in. It looks like they got the zip ties out right here. They're pulling out the zip ties. Okay, here, right here. JT? Yeah, okay, we're not.
We got you, boss.
Tell me to move back if I got to move back. I'm not going to crowd you. Try to be respectful of the police. They certainly got their hands. No, I'm not going in there. It's under construction. They certainly got their hands full.
I'm going to.
And I'm going to let. And by the way, I'm going to give a warning, because you may hear foul language and profanity. That is entirely possible. So, okay, we got to get out. So apologies if you do hear some foul language. But obviously, there's nothing I can do about that. Yep, we're out.
No, he's talking to you.
I know he's talking about it. JT, I want you to come in front of me. Don't worry about me in the shot. I want you to do the best. And JT, Jeremy Trillant, is doing an outstanding job as my photographer. We've worked together for a number of years, along with our security detail, keeping us safe, anticipating the movements here, which is very difficult at this point to do. I don't know if we could push in a little bit more, but yeah, the Chicago PD definitely has its hands full as it's really cracking down on this. And one note, when we were on the West Madison Street in front of the Israeli consulate, the police gave 2 warnings, saying warning about unlawful assembly. Yeah, we got them. About unlawful assembly. And before you guys came to me live, as we were down the street, they were trying to push through another police line, and the police said, "This is your final warning," which, you know, is clear that if they have to, they're not going to give any more warnings. If they move any further, that they're going to be arrested, they're going to be detained. And that's when you guys came to me, that was the result of what you saw, as we're apparently seeing that again. Okay, watch your back, JT. And we got to be careful because I don't want to get pinned in here. I want to stay behind, kind of in front of this police line. It looks like they've almost created an arrow formation. They're on the other side of the road, and I think they're trying to basically box in this group of protesters here. So, bottom line, you guys, this is the most volatile these demonstrations have become in the last 2 days. You know, yesterday was pretty tame. You know, you had a couple thousand, maybe about 3,000. The organizers of yesterday's protest said they had about 15,000, but there wasn't nearly that much. And we saw when they marched from Union Park to Park 578, as I described, there were some clashes as they tried to take down the security barrier. But the minute the riot police came in, they scattered, with some heading there, somebody else being detained, with some heading back to Union Park, where they tried to set up some tents. Another journalist, actually, that I know, had water and had milk thrown all over him as he was trying to talk to some of the protesters yesterday in Union Park, yesterday evening. And when that happened, that's when the police then moved in and ordered them to take down their tents as they were trying to set up an encampment like we've seen on college and university campuses. Somebody else being detained. And these are the legal observers who work with the protesters so that when they are arrested, they help, you know, bond them out if they are arrested in police custody. And we've seen that. We've seen also members of this, you know, this group, medics, here as well. Yesterday, we were surrounded. You know, I was spotted, as we talked about. So they're shouting out their names and their birth dates, and they're writing it down, which is pretty typical. All right, so it looks like it's died down a little. Okay, hold on. So now the police line. Okay, you got it. They're asking us to stay on the sidewalk. You got it. They're telling us to stay back, which I have no problem doing. Obviously, we're going to adhere to their orders. Okay.
They're going to take their mask off and book them.
Yeah, okay, so now I'm not sure if there's another group of protesters. I can't really tell, but yeah, it looks like this is kind of settling down, at least for now.
Stay back, sir. Stay back.
Back to you.
All right, John Huddy, we really appreciate you giving us that bird's eye view of what's really happening on the streets of Chicago tonight, right here on N2. So stick with us. We've got 2 more hours at least of live coverage. Remember, last night you got a little bonus coverage as Joe Biden was waiting a long time for the official bye-bye as they turned to Kamala Harris. Let's bring in David Harris Jr., who's been patient, and we appreciate that in waiting. And David, just seeing literally not many people are paying attention to what's happening at that podium because the streets of Chicago are on fire right now, and getting that bird's eye view from John is rather remarkable.
Yeah, it is very remarkable to see the absolute chaos that's taking place outside of the Democrat National Convention. Meanwhile, inside, they're basically waiting for their celebrity superstars, Michelle and Barack Obama, the two that just can't do anything wrong, and the two that the Democrats are really hoping are going to reinvigorate the nonsense, the disorganization, the debacle that has been the Democrat National Convention. I mean, I don't know, Ed, if you got to see, I played the clip during my show just about an hour ago or so, where they tried to open up singing the Star Spangled Banner, and they totally just messed it up. I mean, it was just an absolute shame to hear them try to sing. They couldn't even sing. They had to stop singing. There's been so much disorganization.
They didn't know the words.
It's not been it's not been anything like any normal Democrat National Convention. We've already heard from Kamala speak. She came out and spoke yesterday, and then they live streamed her in tonight. That's supposed to be reserved for Thursday night. They threw Joe Biden out there last night to get him out of the way. They didn't want to hear anything else of what Joe Biden had to say, and they're lucky that they got anything out of him when it was past his bedtime. So it's been an absolute theater crap show, to put it mildly, but they're really hoping that Barack and Michelle Obama will reinvigorate and somehow save the absolute train wreck that has been and is the Democrat Party of today.
Yeah, there's a pretty interesting honeymoon, the Harris honeymoon that's been going on for a few weeks, largely because of that mainstream media cover, David, as you know, and you chronicle this every night at 8 p.m. Eastern, and how the media has fallen in love with Kamala Harris when just a couple of months ago, they were all saying that she's not ready for prime time. Joe Biden himself, David, said, I can't step aside. She's not ready to be president, basically, was the reporting we were hearing just a couple months ago. Now they try to sell her to the American people as the most qualified, most amazing politician, government official we've ever seen.
Yeah, and we can't forget that back in 2016 and 20, when she tried to run, 2020, when she tried to run for president of the United States, she was one of the first to get kicked out. She was lowest, one of the lowest on the totem pole in the Democrat Party.
1%.
Nope, the Democrats didn't like her 4 years ago. They didn't want her. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard she was on the stage and she destroyed Kamala with her own words and with her own actions. Kamala was one of the #1 champions for throwing black people in prison in California as Attorney General. She was keeping black people in prison longer than their sentences. She was actually even responsible for one black man's being held in prison on death row, awaiting to be killed when she had the proof that he was actually innocent. And it took an injunction to actually get her to release that proof. But again, those are just some of the reasons why she was absolutely destroyed back then. But now, as you said, Ed, the Democrats all love her. The legacy media all are fawning over her when, as you said, just about a little over a month ago, Joe Biden didn't like her, didn't want her. Barack Obama wasn't championing her. I think it took Barack 9 days to even finally say anything when the Democrat National Committee, not the American people, not Democrats across the country, they didn't elect Kamala Harris. The elites in the Democrat Party selected Kamala Harris. And then Barack finally had to say, you know what, I'm gonna call you and give you a congratulations. So it's a clown show, it's theater, and again, I believe in the intelligence of the American people that are hopefully watching this show, and that's why I always say it. Tell your friends, invite your family, watch watch Ed Henry's show, watch Rick Leventhal's show at 7, watch my show at 8 p.m., and then for this week, keep watching Ed, and I bring the truth all this week, because the American people are only seeing and hearing one side if they're only watching the legacy MSNBC, CNN, ABC, NBC, and CBS. They're only hearing one side, and it's full of propaganda.
There you go. And we get the pulse of the people every night, right here, weeknights, 8 p.m. Eastern, with David Harris Jr. David, we'll see you tomorrow night. We appreciate you being along for the ride. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ed. God bless.
All right, you can see the top left of the screen a moment ago there. There's a little pause in the program, so we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. Michelle and Barack Obama among the speakers on deck. Quick break. We're back with live coverage from N2.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
January 15th, 1929 was a chilly day in Atlanta, Georgia, when a family gathered to welcome into this world a new life, and with it, a new hope for America. Throughout his 39 years, he instilled in Americans a new spirit of justice and freedom, based on equality instead of status, and character instead of race. He waged a nonviolent war on racial segregation, with appearances that radiated with an energy that transcended all races, all faiths, and people of all ages, with words that still resonate today.
I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
He spoke to us of his dreams and his beliefs that justice too long delayed is justice denied.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. Our firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, thousands with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them against those responsible. We have local offices throughout the U.S. Mesothelioma really is all we do, and there is no risk to you. Let us put a plan in place for you and your family. Call now.
Call us at 800-300-5350, 800-300-5350.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Vote for America 2024.
The Democratic National Convention.
Ed Henry here. Welcome back to N2's live coverage. Night number 2 at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. There is the Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate seat in Maryland, who's one of the keynote speakers kicking off this 10 p.m. Eastern hour, though. Above her, on the top left of your screen, you see we've been leading this among all media outlets in terms of taking you to the streets of Chicago and showing you what's the truth about what's going on outside the United Center, outside the arena, in the split-screen coverage of the anti-Israel, anti-U.S. protesters. It looks like maybe there's even more arrests going on. It's obviously pretty dark in Chicago now, and the protests have heated up. A couple hours ago, these protesters were burning not just Israeli but American flags, and these are some of the people featured on the streets of Chicago during the Democrat National Convention. We certainly saw protests, but nothing of this magnitude in Milwaukee when we covered the Republican National Convention. Quickly, before getting to the podium and bringing in some more guests, I also want to mention there were some primaries in 3 states, Alaska, Wyoming, and Florida. And one of the most significant was in the free state of Florida, Matt Gaetz, the Republican congressman, was facing a tough primary challenge because the former speaker, Kevin McCarthy, who doesn't like Gaetz much, spent about $4 million in trying to get a Republican to knock Gaetz out in the primary. Gaetz has now won. That's been officially declared as well as Senator Rick Scott, who faced a primary challenge. He's likely to be headed for another 6 years in the U.S. Senate. He's still got to face a Democrat in November. And Dan Francis won a crowded Republican primary in Palm Beach County, Florida, to try and he'll now face Democrat incumbent Congresswoman Lois Frankel. He was, Dan Francis, endorsed by former President Donald Trump, who's been very influential, obviously not just in the White House race, but in some of these big House and Senate races as well, because he wants to win the White House back and then have a governing coalition. And somebody who's trying to help him do that is our friend Bruce Lavelle. He's a senior advisor to former President Donald Trump. He's been on the road with him in Atlanta and other places, and he joins us live now. Bruce, first of all, welcome to our special coverage, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good job, Newsmax. I saw John out there and getting out there. He's covering all the outside stuff that's going on. Good coverage. Y'all doing great.
We appreciate it. We're going to dip into the podium in a few moments as well. Some of these speakers come in. Doug Emhoff, by the way, second gentleman, husband of Vice President Kamala Harris, will be speaking in a few moments. But before we get to former President Trump and what he's doing to counter-program this, what do you think about John Huddy's reporting and more broadly, what we're seeing on the streets of Chicago? The Illinois governor a few moments ago was talking about how great things are in blue states and blue cities. You know what it's like in Atlanta and other places where there's Democrat corruption, Democrat inaction, there's crime, there's homelessness, there's drugs. California, whether it's L.A. or San Francisco, where Kamala Harris is from, and that's a key part of this campaign.
Yeah. Well, first off, one of the thanks for having me. I saw one of the interviews that he was interviewing, randomly some of the quote protesters, and he asked specifically, "What about October 7th?" Of last year, and it's like, what about October 7th? What about it? I'm like, what do you mean, what about it? And then he went further into the hostages that were taken, and that I was totally perplexed. But real quick, Ed, my prayers, first off, to answer your question, relates to all the brave men and women that are trying to keep peace and whatever they can around the arena for everybody, the reporters as yourself and the guests and everyone. And my prayers go out to the police because, listen, it's like here in Atlanta, we actually did I call it a mini documentary or video around some of the inner cities. We're actually going to go out and shoot some more Monday in certain areas and go out like what so-called Don Lemon was trying to do. It ended up blowing up in his face, But just really going in the streets and asking questions, especially in these blue cities. What's your take on Kamala Harris versus President Trump? And everyone, majority are coming back saying, I don't really like him or I didn't vote for him. But now they're saying, we're better off when President Trump was in office versus now. So there's a huge stark contrast to what's been brewing around the country. And I'm going to tell you, the sleepers are these Gen Zs, and that's going to really surprise us, Ed. And also in Black culture, you're seeing a lot of different opinions that are strongly leaning towards voting for President Trump because of what you're saying as it relates to a lot of these cities that have been under, quote, Democrat rule. And listen, as hard as Kamala Harris is going to try to separate herself from Joe, she owns this because she admitted on many interviews that I was there for 90+% of the decisions during the administration and was assigned to the border. So she has to own this chaos. She can run and hide, but it's still hers. It's her marriage. She's married to Joe. She's married to this failed administration. You can't run from it. And people are seeing the stark contrast of what the Biden-Harris failures are versus the success under the Trump administration.
Absolutely, and you're making a great case there. How do you think former President Trump is doing in making that case? Because let's be honest, there have been some in your party in recent days who had been critical and said, look, we got to get off the personality stuff. Let's get back on the issues. And I think I've seen former President Trump in his defense, whether it's at rallies or now these smaller events, yesterday in Pennsylvania, today in Michigan. Yesterday was the economy. Today was crime and safety. As you say, a critical issue. He really seems to me to be zeroing in on the contrast between he and Kamala Harris, and specifically zeroing in on her record, whether it's as Attorney General in the state of California, the DA in San Francisco. How do you think he's doing in prosecuting that case?
Well, I think he's doing well. And you got to remember this advantage. We got this great network. We have, someone that acquired, formerly Twitter, which is X, that's like, okay, let's open up the communications a little better, So we, Ed, in 2020 and 16, we didn't have any of those, so we had to pierce through, as I call it, to find the messaging to get to the people. So thank God for all the great podcasts. Once again, this show and many others that are able to have this conversation and hopefully the American people could see, like I said, the stark contrast of what has been going on with the Biden-Harris versus the Trump messaging machine. So you saw I did another podcast. I forgot the guy's name. I'm sorry, I'm getting older, but this is a untraditional style where you go and do an interview, but he's reaching all these different areas on different platforms and talking to the people directly. I mean, my God, Ed, who would ever think the interview, that last Monday with Elon and President Trump, 100 million. I mean, Ed, this is like, look, I'm in the old Walter Cronkite days. I'm still scratching my head like, whoa, look at this technology. But to answer your question, we're in a better place on our messaging, which is so critical, and it's getting to the people, And just imagine this, Ed. Maybe I'm just kind of like, I don't know. Imagine if everybody was just letting the news flow the way it should. We would be much further ahead. But really, I want to make this point real quick, Ed. A lot of people, I get a lot of pings and messages from all over the country. Everyone wants to, form their opinion. That's great. Imagine from coming down the escalators, you had all these friends for 40 years, David Letterman, Oprah Winfrey, all these folks for 40 years. And you decide to say, I'm running as a Republican. And watching those so-called relationships do a 180 and be accused of the Russian hoax collusion, being accused of all these things, going through all these indictments and impeachments, and now, unfortunate, the situation in Pennsylvania when they tried to take his life. Just forget about the presidential stuff. Think about it as a human being, just going through that, that spirit of emotions and that stamina to still be where he is now, Ed, and still out here pounding the airwaves, getting on that plane, flying 2 and 3 places, 3 events a day. I know I watched him when I hosted a roundtable for him in Atlanta. I mean, it's incredible. It reminded me of this situation back in 2015 when Corey Lewandowski, he was running off the plane, and I literally saw him trying to catch President Trump. And, Corey is a fit guy. He's an old highway patrol guy. So he was a fit young guy. I said, my God, where is this 75-year-old at this time or 74-year-old stamina coming from? So it's just remarkable, the courage and the stamina and the resiliency of Donald Trump. Is a friend of mine for 34 years to just really, and Newsmax viewers, just think about this. You risk it all. And all the things that I talked about earlier about what he's been through, and he's still going. I don't know, Ed, about you. You've been a journalist many years. I've never met a leader in politics ever in my life like this. And I don't think American people has ever seen this. So this
we
right
haven't
here
seen a
has
movement
to be
like this. That's right.
Yeah.
Last thing, it seems like the honeymoon could be coming to a close as she started laying out her economic plan a little bit last week, the price controls that backfired where the liberal Washington Post and others said, wait a second, this seems a little bit like communism. There was one column in the Washington Post that said that. And we'll see, I think, Senator Tammy Duckworth, among others, coming up to the podium in just a moment. But since the economic details have been dribbling out, she wants to raise the corporate tax rate. Then we heard today she endorses Joe Biden's extremely high, the highest in American history, capital gains tax rate of 45%. I mean, these are remarkable numbers that will further damage our economy, as you know, as somebody who follows this closely. My question is, the betting markets seem to be now, after tilting towards Kamala Harris, are tilting back to Donald Trump, as a lot of these battleground polls in places like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania has stabilized for him. If he can survive any kind of a bump coming out of this convention, you like his chances in that debate and the final 2 months or so of the campaign?
Yeah, listen, there's once again the contrast. You can't run from it. And listen, this is something, and I've said this many a times, and Newsmax viewers, the America First movement is not Donald John Trump. The America First movement is enticing and inspiring others to serve in city council, to serve in state, all these particular positions in your community and across the world, from U.S. Congress to Senate, and go in and don't be tied to pay to play, and go in and serve the will of the people, 1 term, 2 terms, don't stay long, then inspire another friend or neighbor. Hey, Ed, you need to run for this seat. This is what this massive movement is about. They're sick and tired of lifetime politicians. They want the butchers. They want the bakers. They want the candlestick makers. Yes, they want the jewelry guys like us to go, just regular, normal people that understand balance sheets, understand what payroll looks like, understand what ad valorem, sales tax, all these quarterly taxes that we have to pay as business people. We feel that crunch. We understand it. We're 62% of the GDP, Ed. We're 30+ million small businesses, myself, and many of these folks that own businesses. We know what it's like about burdens to suppress business and the American people. We don't want career anymore. We're looking for great, brave men and women who understand the simplicity of a balance sheet, Ed. That's all this is. It's no science. It's just common sense, brother. That's all we're looking for. So that's what this massive movement, that's what this movement is about.
Yeah, pardon me. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have never met a payroll. They've been on the government payroll for many, many years. Bruce Lavelle, we appreciate your insight as always. Thanks for coming on N2, sir.
Yeah, God bless. Thank you, Ed. Appreciate you.
All right, we're standing by. Doug Emhoff, the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris, is on deck after Senator Duckworth. So let's bring in my friend Rick Leventhal. You see him at 7 p.m. Eastern hosting the Leventhal Report right here on N2. First of all, Rick, welcome to the show, sir.
Thanks so much. It sounded like you just got recruited to run for office, Ed.
Yeah, he wants us to stand up and go. What do you think? What do you think about the streets of Chicago tonight? I mean, you've been out there with some outstanding reporting over the years in battlegrounds, in literal war zones, I should say. And I was struck when John Huddy was saying earlier, and he was on your program as well, but he said a short time ago that he decided to add some Kevlar that he's used in Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, and other places. He's now using tonight on the streets of Chicago as it gets more violent outside this arena.
Yeah. Well, I have a Kevlar. It's right here, actually. I'm not sure if I can get it. Here it is. I got a jacket, a vest right here.
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
ready. If I got to do some reporting here in the mean streets of Newport Beach, but I sympathize, I empathize with John. I know how difficult that job is. Yeah, I've been in a lot of war zones, a lot. And I've been in a lot of violent protests across America. And I'll be honest with you, Ed, that was my least favorite assignment, covering the demonstrators. Because in recent years, the people who would turn out for these kind of events they're just troublemakers. These are people who are almost professional agitators who go to these events armed and ready, not necessarily with weapons, with guns, but with other tools that they can use to disrupt. And they've done it over and over again. They've learned tricks of the trade. And they're not there for, as far as my opinion now, legitimate protest against an issue or something they're upset about. They're there because it's an opportunity for them to square off with police and to tear stuff up, if you will.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's not about issues necessarily. It's more about them just wanting to act out and having an opportunity to do it. So no, I don't want to cover them because I don't believe they're actually there for a cause. If it was a legitimate protest, if they were just there because of a heartfelt opposition to something, okay, that's one thing. But in many cases, that's not what it is. And what we've seen from these pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel protests is that in many cases, the people who are there have no idea why they're protesting. They have no idea what they're actually protesting against, or that what they're doing is supporting a terror organization.
That's right.
So, good for John. I hope he stays safe. I'm glad he has security, and I hope he just, stays behind the lines and doesn't try to push it too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's gotten a little rough out there tonight. We're going to stay on top of it. Real quick, we're building to the Obamas, former First Lady Michelle Obama, and then the former president speaking a little later in prime time. But in the next moment or so, we expect to see Doug Emhoff. This seems like an opportunity, like we see at any convention, to humanize the candidate. And we haven't seen a lot of Kamala Harris. They kind of kept her in the background. Some say she wasn't up to the job as vice president. Others say the Biden people didn't want her to get credit for things because they thought he was going to run for re-election. But we haven't seen her and her husband a lot. This is a chance, perhaps, for him to tell us a little bit more about her.
Great. That's what we need. More joy. More humanizing a candidate who didn't belong there in the first place. And when you consider that she was among the least liked vice presidents in modern history, she was among the least respected because she didn't do a whole lot while she was in the White House over the last 3.5 years. She was the last choice for many people to be the next Democratic candidate for president. And it's remarkable that she's been able to turn things around. And I had a guest on my show earlier tonight, Ed, who made the point that she wouldn't be doing it without the help of the mainstream media. The mainstream media has been propping up Joe Biden for 3.5 years, covering for him. And now, all of a sudden, that Harris has been elevated to the top of the ticket, they're covering for her, too. She embarrassed herself repeatedly over the last 3 years. Every time she opened her mouth, every interview she gave, she would say something that people would then ridicule. And that's one of the reasons she was so disrespected, and now here we are.
That's right. Rick,
applauding
I think
her.
this is, pardon me, I think this is Cole Emhoff who's going to introduce his father. Is that right? Let's listen in.
All families in America.
Please welcome my dad, the second gentleman of the United States, Doug Emhoff.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Thank you. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you. My mother is the only person in the whole world who thinks Kamala is the lucky one for marrying me. And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead. She brings both joy and toughness to this task, and she will be a great president we will all be proud of. Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are still my best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the framed picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how I ended up with Kamala Harris's phone number. Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the person you're being set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m. And yet, that's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh. And maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic curiosity in just how people are doing. Her empathy is her strength. Over the past decade, Kamala has connected me more deeply to my faith, even though it's not the same as hers. She comes to synagogue with me for high holiday services, and I go to church with her for Easter. I get to enjoy her mom's chili relleno recipe every Christmas, and she makes a mean brisket for Passover. It brings me right back to my grandmother's apartment in Brooklyn, you know, the one with the plastic-covered couches. But Kamala has fought against anti-Semitism and all forms of hate her whole career. She's the one who encouraged me as second gentleman to take up that fight, which is so personal to me. And those of you who belong to blended families know that they can be a little complicated. But as soon as our kids started calling her Mamala, I knew we'd be okay. Ella calls us a three-headed parenting machine. Kamala and Kirsten, thank you both. Thank you both for always putting your family and the kids first. Now, Cole and Ella's friends knew that when they'd come over for Sunday dinner with Mamala, it was going to be real talk. In between taking cooking instructions, they'd have to answer questions about what problem they wanted to solve in the world. They learned that you've always got to be prepared because Kamala is going to prosecute the case. And in the same breath that Cole and Greenlee told us that they were engaged, they asked Kamala to officiate their wedding. And in the same way that she always steps up when it matters, Kamala put so much time into those remarks, and she bound them in a book that matched her dark red dress, and then turned that into a gift for the happy couple. A few days ago, during this incredible time we're going through, there was a brief window when Kamala was back at home. And I saw her sitting on her favorite chair, and in the middle of a wild month, I just hoped that she was having a quiet moment to herself. But then I realized she was on the phone. And of course, my mind went to all the potential crises that the vice president could be dealing with. Was it domestic? Was it foreign? Was it campaign? I could see she was focused, and all I knew was that it must be something important. And it turns out it was. Ella had called her. That's Kamala. That's Kamala. Those kids are her priorities, and that scene was a perfect map of her heart. She's always been there for our children, and I know she'll always be there for yours too. Kamala is a joyful warrior. It's doing for her country what she has always done for the people that she loves. Her passion will benefit all of us when she's our president. And here's the thing about joyful warriors. They're still warriors. And Kamala is as tough as it comes. Just ask the criminals, the global gangsters, and the witnesses before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She never runs from a fight. And she knows the best way to deal with a coward is to take him head on. Because we all know cowards are weak, and Kamala Harris can smell weakness. She doesn't tolerate any BS. You've all seen that look, and you know that look I'm talking about. That look is not just a meme. It reflects her true belief in honest and direct leadership. And it's also why she will not be distracted by nonsense. Kamala knows that in order to win, we cannot lose focus. America, in this election, you have to decide who to trust with your family's future. I trusted Kamala with our family's future. It was the best decision I ever made. This Thursday will be our 10th wedding anniversary, which I know it means I'm about to hear that embarrassing voicemail again. However, that's not all I'll be hearing. That same night, I'll be hearing my wife, Kamala Harris, accept your nomination for President of the United States. And with your help, she will lead with joy and toughness, with that laugh and that look, with compassion and conviction. She'll lead from the belief that
there's Doug Emhoff, and I can see Rick Leventhal smile. Yeah, the joyful, happy warrior. You know, Rick, I feel like you were made for this out there in California. He's a California lawyer. We need a little translation of what he's saying. I feel like there's a podcast episode for you in this.
Well, there could be. The Rick and Kelly Show on Patreon.com. Except my wife is on her way to Paris right now, so we can't co-host, but maybe via Zoom we will. I had no idea that Kamala Harris was the most amazing, greatest person on earth until just now.
Right.
And I applaud Doug for making her sound so incredibly awesome and great, and that's what a husband should do. Especially when
and we always want to celebrate the families, but we should point out that the stepdaughter that he was talking about, the stepdaughter for Kamala and the blended family, has been raising money on the pro-Hamas side of the fundraising game and has been very radical to the left on a lot of these things. Quick thought, because Michelle Obama's coming up.
Just that, you know, listen, he did a good job, and you called it, Ed. His reason for being there was to humanize Kamala. I think he did a good job of that. I think Michelle is probably going to do the same thing, so we'll let her speak.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you, guys. Okay. We got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Hey. Hello, Chicago. Yeah. All right. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about. It's the contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings. Is that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency, the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice, about the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, "Don't sit around and complain about things, do something." So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative action of generational wealth. If we bankrupt a business or choke in a crisis, we don't get a second, third, or fourth chance. If things don't go our way, we don't have the luxury of whining or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light. It couldn't be more obvious. Of the two major candidates in this race, only Kamala Harris truly understands the unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hard-working, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Wait. I want to know. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs? Look, it's his same old con. His same old con, doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love, look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect two of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope, let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies.
Going back with our friend Rick Leventhal. She's teeing up her husband, the former President Barack Obama. Not sure where I want to start. Talking about and criticizing people for wanting to build wealth, as she will likely head to either her home in Martha's Vineyard or Hawaii or one of many homes the Obamas have, is pretty rich. But let's start instead with her playing the race card and saying that Donald Trump is threatened by two successful black people in Barack and Michelle Obama. I've been around the man. You've been around the man. I don't think he has a racist bone in his body. And the idea that it's not about political divisions and policy differences, but that he's a racist, she said.
That's playing to the lowest common denominator, playing to people's fears and trying to, I don't know, paint him as something he's not and keep repeating it until people believe it. And that's what they think they can win on, by painting Kamala as this joyful, smiling, wonderful lady, and Trump as this evil guy who hates everyone. It's nonsense. This should be about their policies. This should be about their past performance and what they offer for the future. And what the Harris campaign has been doing with the help of mainstream media is glossing over all of her faults and all of her failures and trying to make her out to be some sort of savior for America when she has put America in a very, very difficult and dangerous position of having runaway inflation and out of control immigration, with crime spiking thanks to so many criminals that Harris and Biden have allowed into this country who don't belong here. And you're not hearing that at this convention. You're just hearing what a wonderful lady she is and how dangerous Donald Trump is.
Yeah, because they don't have answers on the economy or the border crisis, which seem to be among the top two issues for voters in survey after survey, poll after poll. What about the fact that she repeated early on, as I recall, something I heard when I was covering the White House? She talked about this all the time, that when they go low, we go high, and then she immediately starts insulting Donald Trump. How is that going high? Why not focus on the issues, as you say?
Well, she also said, "Let's make America great." You know, they're stealing his campaign lines. They're stealing his campaign policies because they don't have one of their own. They're talking about distorting Kamala's truth. What does that even mean? And then she said that he would be banning books and demonizing children. Now, I know what she's talking about there. Tim Walz turned his state into a sanctuary state for children who want to change sexes, and Tim Walz made it nearly impossible for a parent to go after their kid if their kid left without their permission to go to Tim Walz state and get sex change procedures done, hormone blockers and puberty blockers and surgery at an early age. I don't believe that Donald Trump feels that adults can't do what they want to do and when it comes to their bodies, but children,
right?
Yeah, we got to draw a line. And apparently Barack and Michelle Obama don't believe in that line, but I think a lot of Americans do. That there is a time and a place for these kinds of decisions to be made, and it's not before or during puberty. It's after a young person has reached an adult age and can make these kinds of decisions with a level head.
Yeah, well, and to your point, Rick, earlier today in Battleground, Michigan, former President Trump had some new policy proposals. He was mostly talking about crime and safety, but he talked about children, to your point, and said that he wants to make it, if he's elected president again, a felony if a child has a doctor or someone else perform a sex change operation. The key is without parental consent. If it's performed on a child, it would be a felony, number one. And if you're a child rapist, by the way, he wants to give you the death penalty.
Well, good. They deserve it. I would agree with that. And I would also agree that children shouldn't be making these decisions on their own. We know of 12-year-olds, 6th graders, who are deciding on their sexuality and what they're going to be the rest of their lives. When you were in 6th grade, Ed, did you have any clue about this stuff? Were you in any position to make decisions that would affect the rest of your life?
Of course not.
And
You're
the
right.
fact that they're encouraging it, it's beyond belief that they're encouraging it and allowing it and applauding it. And I just think we need to get back to basics. We need to be a little more level-headed. And more importantly, to your point, we should not be talking about personalities here. We should be talking about policies. We should be talking about who is best for the next 4 years for this country, who is going to make things right, who is going to get us back on a path of economic success and make our streets safer, Ed.
Yeah, well, yeah, and to your point, isn't there a golden opportunity then for former President Trump? Because I seem to have heard 3-4 weeks ago, as this was all starting to play out, the honeymoon beginning, as Michelle Obama seems to be maybe coming to a close and getting ready to introduce the former president, or maybe there'll be a video interlude, that there was a lot of chatter in the mainstream, oh, Donald Trump just wants to insult Kamala Harris. He's only about personalities. And then this is kind of flipped under pressure from people in his own party. Hey, get back to the economy and the border. Donald Trump is doing event after event where he's all about the issues that you're talking about. And what we're hearing from this podium last night, I think you used it in your show, the number was what, 147 attacks on Donald Trump from various speakers, Joe Biden and others, Hillary Clinton, from the podium, and only, like 5 or 6 references to crime or the border. What's going on?
Well, they can't talk about those things because they failed on those things. And when they bring it up, they have to use creative ways of describing it, creative ways of spinning it, that, oh, it's Donald Trump's fault that immigration is so bad and he hates illegal aliens, but we don't. And we're going to fix this. They've had all this time, Ed, to fix it. Instead of fixing it, they let it go. They allowed everyone to come in, and now we're facing real consequences from that behavior and those policy decisions. And I think,
all right,
maybe
you're absolutely right. Here's a moment.
There he is.
Yep. And why don't we listen in so we can let it breathe? A little hug there, and we'll see what the former president has to say.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That's enough. Thank you, thank you. Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds. But we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower health care costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. The torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling, where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics from a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours. As president, she won't just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On health care, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents, just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias. That will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do. That sense of mutual respect has to be part of our message. Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us to make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives. We need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer, and dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good, discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans. I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her. But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Peru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Peru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next President of the United States and Tim Walz as the next Vice President of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in, and together we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right. So night 2 at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago is coming to a close. The 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama, addressing the delegates and the nation. My colleague Rick Leventhal along for the ride. And as we soak in the final moments here, he's going to bask in some of the applause and whatnot. I'm struck again by insults and not really getting into issues. He was talking about a billionaire who can't stop complaining, even since he came down his golden escalator, you know, the class warfare and the like. But then the most bizarre moment of this speech for a former president who likes to talk about civility, I'm sure you caught this, and I'll be as diplomatic as I can, but it's all over social media. He said, and Trump has a bizarre fascination with crowd size, and then he held his hands in such a way, Rick, that I think our viewers will understand that this was sort of a reference to manhood. And I just am struggling to understand why Barack Obama would try some petty insult like that when he's claiming that he wants to elevate the conversation.
Right. And he talks about how we don't need a country that's bitter and divided. And what does he do? Everything that he said about Donald Trump was an effort to divide the nation, to make things more bitter, to ratchet up the personal attacks, because that's all they have, Ed, and you know this as well as I do. He actually tried to tell working Americans that Donald Trump was not on their side and they needed Kamala Harris to succeed the next 4 years. Those are the people suffering the most through this awful inflation that we're all dealing with, thanks to Harris and Biden. They have driven inflation through the roof. Prices have nearly doubled on many of the staples that all Americans count on and rely on, and people are spending so much more of their hard-earned money today than they were 4 years ago, thanks to Biden and Harris policies. And he's going to sit there and tell them they're better off with her than with Donald Trump, who actually has the wherewithal and the knowledge and the experience to fix the economy.
Exactly.
It's mind-blowing.
You know, and to your point, as I was listening, I was thinking to the conversation you and I were having earlier tonight. There was not one moment in that long speech or the long speech from Michelle Obama where they said, Kamala has a plan to beat inflation. Trump can't. Kamala has a plan to solve the border crisis, Rick. Trump doesn't. They can't say that because he actually does have a plan and she doesn't. But you get my drift. There's not a specific policy proposal they got behind. And I covered Barack Obama for 8 years. And the man, to his credit, whether you agreed or disagree with the policies, Obamacare, he remade health care. He got in the nitty-gritty of this stuff. There is nothing specific about Kamala Harris that they're defending or putting out there in an offensive way and saying, get behind this plan. There's no plan.
And Barack Obama bailed out the auto industry, bailed out the bank industry, saved a lot of billionaires a lot of money. And they're tearing down billionaires, even though he's probably close to being one himself at this point. He also, of course, blamed Donald Trump for the border crisis. He's following that playbook that blames him because he somehow killed the border bill, even though he's not president and he wasn't in Congress at the time. But I guess he made some phone calls, and they're blaming him for killing a border bill that the president didn't propose until earlier this year, after they had let in some 7 to 10 or up to 20 million illegals that he could have stopped from day one. But all of a sudden he's got this plan this year to fix it. That bill would not have fixed it. And instead he signed legislation, an emergency legislation that allowed more immigrants, more illegals into America on a daily basis. So for them to now point the finger at Donald Trump for the border crisis is pathetic and sad. And for Kamala Harris, a month after she was given this nomination, to not answer direct questions, still not hold a news conference, is even worse. We don't know who she really is or what she stands for, because she won't sit down or stand up and answer hard questions.
That's right. Rick, last one for now. Tomorrow in Battleground, North Carolina, former President Donald Trump will give a speech about national security, more about foreign policy. He's been direct in saying that October 7th never would have happened if he was still in office, that the war in Ukraine would not have happened because Putin wouldn't have done it. And I'm looking online as Barack Obama was speaking, and Dan Senor, who worked in the Bush administration on foreign policy matters and other things, is pointing out that almost no speaker over the last 2 days has mentioned the word Israel. Joe Biden last night did not say Israel. He referred to the conflict and actually said he understands the anti-Israel protesters outside the arena. But I'm listening to the 44th president of the United States, you and I, Barack Obama, did not talk about Israel, did not talk about even one sentence, Rick, about standing with our most important ally in the Mideast. What's going on here?
Well, it's sad. It's so sad that so many Americans have turned their back on Israel, and so many, mostly young people, seem to have been convinced by Hamas that Hamas is somehow this honorable group and Israel are the evil oppressors, when it was Hamas that crossed the border into Israel and slaughtered 1,200 people on October 7th, and then basically invited Israel to come in and kill Palestinians because they knew that the world would grieve over the Palestinian innocent civilians and side with Hamas, which is exactly what happened. It's sad because Hamas put those innocent Palestinians in front of them. They hid in the schools and the mosques and the hospitals and fired on Israel from private homes and neighborhoods, encouraging Israel to fire back and then claiming that Israel killed all these innocent people when it was Hamas who put them in harm's way. And the fact that leaders haven't come out from day one and aren't coming out now to condemn Hamas, condemn the tactics they've used, condemn the fact that they took 200 hostages and didn't return them right away and are still sitting on them. It's just disappointing.
Yes.
And I guess they're trying to appease these protesters who don't even know what they're protesting about.
Yeah, we'll see if Kamala Harris mentions Israel and mentions it in a positive way about defending our most important ally Thursday night when she's at the podium with the acceptance speech. Rick, we appreciate you riding shotgun tonight. We'll all watch you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern on N2. Rick Leventhal, thank you, sir.
Thanks so much, Ed.
Let's welcome in now a friend of N2 and a longtime pollster to former President Donald Trump, John McLaughlin Associates. John, what have you made? Welcome, first of all, about the first two nights of the Democratic National Convention. What's your takeaway?
I mean, tonight you had very nice speeches, but it's all empty rhetoric because, you know, I mean, you had the scary part is you get people like Bernie Sanders. Last night you had Hillary Clinton. You know, as you mentioned, I was just listening to you and Rick. You were talking about they don't mention Israel. They really don't talk about inflation. They just attacked Donald Trump. I mean, it was sad tonight because Michelle Obama, she went low. I mean, she definitely attacked him with some name calling. And President Obama, you know, he gives a speech about Kamala Harris, but it did nothing to reduce inflation when people are hurting. It did nothing to lower crime. It did nothing to close the border. It did nothing to end the war in you know, Ukraine. And it doesn't keep Israel safe from Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran. So great speeches, you know, great rhetoric, but it's all empty rhetoric. And the issue still exists that Donald Trump holds the advantages on. And, you know, they still don't know where Kamala Harris is. We did this study for Brent Bozell of 800 Democrat voters and 400 independents who voted for Biden in 2020. And these voters that the Media Research Center put out, 71% don't know Kamala Harris is for defunding the police. You've got 74% don't know that she doesn't want to call make illegal immigrants a crime, that say it's not a crime. 81% don't know she wants to eliminate private health insurance. So she's got you know, she's been getting this honeymoon, but the voters really, you know, they're going to want to know what her solutions are and where she stands. She's made two mistakes, one with Tim Walz and one with price controls. People don't like price controls. They
I want to get to pardon me. I want to get to Tim Walz because he's going to be front and center when he accepts the nomination tomorrow night. But on your point about the polling, where a lot of voters, particularly Democrats, independents, don't really know her, Kamala, in terms of Kamala Harris, Michelle Obama, one point she was saying, she had this chant, you know, when you talk about good rhetoric that was empty, and it was do something, do something. And I see a lot of people on X and other social media reacting and saying, you mean Kamala Harris do something? Because she's the vice president right now, John. And if she wants to beat inflation, what's the plan? She wants to close the border. What's the plan, as you say? Do something. She's in office right now.
Right. And she shares the blame for the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration. I mean, she supported him when he surrendered in Afghanistan. She cast the deciding vote in the Senate on the really poorly named Inflation Reduction Act that was $1.9 trillion in spending that triggered the inflation, plus additional spending measures. So the things she's done has made the problems worse. And she's the border czar who never went to the border. I mean, so it's like, you know, I mean, the reality is going to come crashing in for these Democrats because tomorrow we've got 76 days to go. And the Trump campaign is not going to waste those days on not talking about issues, not talking about Kamala Harris's record as Joe Biden's vice president compared to Trump's record of success when he was president and inflation was low, mortgage payments were low. You want to have new housing? Get mortgage interest rates down to 3%, like Trump was when Trump was president. Get the price of gas down to below $2 a gallon. Get interest rates down below 2%. Get the growth rates in the United States back to 4% in the economy. Yeah. You'll have, you'll have success, you'll have prosperity, you'll have peace. America will be safe again, but you won't have that with Kamala Harris. She's got a record.
Well, and a record, you're right, and now some plans that include price controls that you mentioned before, but also tax increases. You were just talking about growing the economy. She wants to increase the corporate tax rate from 21% to 28%. It was lowered down to 21% by Donald Trump, as you know. And then today, she's apparently endorsing a 45% capital gains tax rate that Joe Biden has behind, which is remarkable. But I want to push it forward to Tim Walz, who will be front and center tomorrow night, as I mentioned, when we really the first time that he'll have a national audience. He hasn't done any interviews, just like Kamala Harris hasn't. And I just, a little while ago was reading something from Axios, a mainstream publication that is attacking him a bit by saying, the man has a problem with lying. We know about the stolen valor issue and lying about his military service and the details and whether or not he was in combat. But now it's been learned, John, that he and his wife basically lied about using IVF for a child or children. And this is a very personal thing that they're trying to inject into the campaign, that somehow Donald Trump's against this and we should be able to do this. And they said, we did this. And now they're saying, well, no, actually, we didn't really do it. And even Axios is saying, why does this guy keep lying?
Maybe they'll hold him the same standard they held George Santos to. I don't know, but it's like he's run for office. He's shown his true colors, and there's a lot of questionable things there. But when she picked him, she passed over a more moderate governor in Pennsylvania, Governor Shapiro, who just happens to be Jewish. And she picked somebody who, on the other hand, was acceptable to the radical and pro-Hamas, anti-Israel wing of the party, because she didn't, she boycotted Netanyahu's speech, but he also fits with her big government socialist plans. I mean, Tim Walz is a tax raiser. Kamala Harris wants to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. That would create the largest tax increase in the history of America, raising taxes on 91% of Americans. You want to raise capital gains to 45% and corporate gains, corporate taxes to 28%. You're going to see businesses leave America again, and millions, if not tens of millions of jobs leave with them. So crazy. So Tim Walz is going to be her ready accomplice in this, because that's his record in Minnesota.
Yeah, absolutely. John, big picture, let's talk about the former president. There was some concern among his supporters who were texting me in the last couple of weeks. What's with this honeymoon? Is Kamala going to run away with this? He's not focused on issues. There was a lot of bedwetting, as you know. He now seems intently focused on issues. He was talking economy Monday in Pennsylvania, crime and safety today in Michigan, tomorrow national security. He really does seem to be back on the issues. And I'm noticing the betting markets, which are not the best indicator, but it shows you where some momentum may be. They were tilting away from Trump to Kamala Harris pretty strongly, 10 days ago, week ago. And now they shifted back to Trump. Where's the polling? What is your polling showing? Because I see some other polling suggesting in battlegrounds he's really stabilized, and that maybe this is not as easy as the Democrats thought.
Well, we saw a wave of polling where they've gone back to, for me, I remember the 2016 race when it was a Hillary lock, right up till Election Day. And I kept on saying, no, Trump could win. We can win an electoral majority. And at the same time, in 2020, it was going to be a Biden blue wave. We didn't stand a chance. We lost that race by only 44,000 votes in 3 states out of 160 million, the record. So we're in a better position than we were in 2016 and in 2020. Some of these polls, what they've gone back to is underpolling Republicans again and overpolling, say, Democrats or independents who vote Democrat. So you got like the New York Times Siena poll, which was really good for us when they wanted to get rid of Joe Biden. But then this weekend, again. Like when you look at the 2020 CNN exit polls, that's where we model our polls based on turnout, and we're fully transparent of what it was like in the last presidential race. When the CNN exit polls had 38% of the electorate was Democrats no, take it back, was Republicans in Michigan. They have only 29% in the current polls that they said we're losing by a couple points. And then you got Wisconsin. It was 37% Republicans in the exit polls from 2020. They've got only 27%. So every point you take the Republicans down, you're taking Donald Trump down another point. So so what they're doing is, the reason the polls were off in 2016 and in 2020, they underpolled Republicans, they underpolled conservatives, they overpolled liberals, and what they were doing was they're trying to suppress the Republicans to say you can't win. We're in a close race. Absolutely, the battleground states, a lot of these polls have us ahead. Like there was one in Pennsylvania by Inside Advantage. You had a group of them from Trafalgar and Inside Advantage. You had some others where we're holding leads in the battleground states, and that's what counts. And so we go from here. We got to draw the contrast and run on the issues. And President Trump, to his credit, is focused on the issues. The Democrats tonight, they're in denial.
They haven't focused on it at all. We got 2 more days to do it, and they haven't done it yet. John McLaughlin, we're running out of time. We appreciate your insight always. Sounds like it's a brand new race again. It was a brand new race a few weeks ago, and now it's tilting back towards the former president. We'll see in the first big debate. That's just a couple of weeks away. John McLaughlin, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Ed.
And we appreciate everyone who's been along for the ride, all of our great reporters and analysts, particularly John Huddy out in the streets of Chicago, showing us that bird's eye view of what's really going on outside the arena. I'll be back on The Briefing tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, to tee up all of our coverage, and then our live special coverage will start again, 9 p.m. Eastern until midnight tomorrow night, night 3. It's going to be Tim Walz's big night as the vice presidential nominee. We'll be there. See you tomorrow night.
For America 2024.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare